Then he's going to North Carolina. He's going to be all over the country. And your donations go a long way to sending us there. So with that said, please support us at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also donate via Super Chat. The bottom right-hand corner of the chat is a little $sign that you can donate to us there. But just be advised that YouTube does take 30% of those profits. And there's one other way you can do it, and that is mailing a check to our physical address, and the address is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I'm going to get that memorized, Liz. I know you're watching. I'm working on it. I'm almost there. I'm starting to say it in my sleep almost. Anyway, that is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I also want to tell you guys about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is iTarget. If we can get that graphic pulled up here, I'm going to read what iTarget is. iTarget. Oh, I thought someone said my name. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. itargetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10. All right, guys, so now what I'm going to do is introduce our guest correspondent.
Well, thank you so much. Hey, it's great to be here in Carson City. My name is Brian Glenn. I'm the newest addition here to Right Side Broadcasting, and I'm telling you, right, I have seen several Trump rallies, but as of lately, as we get closer and closer to the election, this seems to be one of the biggest ones we've seen.
Yes, sir. This is absolutely is.
As we get run over by a car. Go, Trump.
What's the things going on here? We're trying to figure out, like, is he handing me the microphone?
Yeah.
We're also hoping our cameraman
there you go.
over there.
No, it's all good. There's a lot of excitement here. As you can see, you've seen some of the crowd here. I'm going to see if I can point this one gentleman out, dressed. We'll see him when he comes back by. All walks of life are here at a Trump rally. And I know you've seen it throughout the years. Tell me some of the people you've seen so far.
We saw Amish for Trump as we were pulling up. We've seen Asians. We've seen Hispanics. We expect there to be a large Latinos for Trump presence out here, being on the border of California and being a large Latino area. Asians for Trump, blacks for Trump, everybody for Trump, just Americans for Trump.
Isn't it amazing that if you've never been to a Trump rally, you would think that, oh, it's only white middle America that shows up to these things, and that is not the case. Of course you do. He's saying he loves RSBN, and of course he does. Anyway, all walks of life here at a Trump rally. If you've never been to one, I encourage you to go into the website, find out a rally, because we're coming up on the close of the end of the election. And this is such an event to come out here. And as you can hear, they're chanting 4 more years, 4 more years. And of course, that's exactly what we want. We want 4 more years. And it is more important than ever for us to get ready and go to the polls. And if you got early voting in your state, I encourage you to go out and do that. If you're like me, I like to vote the day of the election. That is the most important time, in my opinion, to do it. But definitely go out and make your vote count. Big crowd gathering here today. Temperature-wise, you're probably looking at highs about 81 degrees. Nice low humidity, 55% humidity. So if you're watching us down in the deep south somewhere where it's a little hot and steamy, it is nice right here. Of course, the media, we're going to go in here at about 1 o'clock, get set up, and we'll be live on the podium here throughout the afternoon, bringing you all the pre-speech coverage. And, of course, the speeches before them, we've got that as well. So there we go. There's no fake news. That is absolutely correct. That was the gentleman I was talking about earlier that I saw out on the streets of Carson City out there preaching the gospel of Magna 4 more years. And, of course, what's on the ballot right now, so much at stake. Our freedom, our liberty, Of course, the economy was coming back and was strong, and we had COVID hit, set us back. But Donald Trump, as he said, he would rebuild this economy again, and that's exactly what he's going to do, is rebuild it even stronger. And of course, as we go into the election, so much in the news lately. You got the Biden and the Hunter emails that have been leaked out, and all these sources now are coming out and saying those are true. That's all verifiable. It's not fake. So as that news hits, and as the momentum of these Trump campaigns, what will we see as we go into the election? More and more of his approval polls will go up. There we go. Gives you an idea who's out here. Young, old, kids, men, women. You got it all here at a Trump rally. And of course, we're just wanting 4 more years. If I can talk to you just a second, sure. You're volunteering for this event. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Okay, based upon all the other events you might have worked, how does this one compare to the other ones?
Oh, this is great. The people are fantastic out here. All of them are great, period. All of the Trump supporters are just absolutely nice people. But it's fun.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I was talking earlier how a lot of people have a stereotype of who comes to a Trump rally. And I remember my very first Trump rally years ago, and I saw every walk of life there.
It was the words that I was thinking myself. Every single walk of life that you can imagine. I've seen everything here. I mean, just the nicest people in the world, all of them.
Don't you think Trump does a great job connecting with the everyday person? It seems like the left tries to make it seem like he's for big business, but yet Trump identifies with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to identify with everybody. The one thing that he understands as a businessman is that the people that work for him were a critical element to getting things done.
Yeah.
So you can't just disregard him. You can't throw him away and just pay attention to the big guy. So he understands that absolutely clearly, and that's why he's been able to get so much done. He just works.
He just gets stuff done.
Man, Energizer Bunny.
And I know sources close to the president. I know this president works probably 18 hours a day, right? He probably did when he had COVID. He probably worked 17, 18 hours.
Yeah.
This guy works hard. He's working for you, the American people. He has kissed the social elite goodbye. He doesn't want to be a part of that crowd. He's a part of your crowd of rebuilding and making America strong. So tell me, do you live here in this area?
I do. Yeah, for 26 years I've lived here.
Have you seen the support for Republicans and especially conservatives and Trump grow throughout the last 4 years here?
I'll tell you what I've seen. For the last 40 years, I've said that our government is no longer a government that is by the people and for the people. But since Trump came into office, I have never ever seen anybody change the face of politics like he did. He just upended everything, and he didn't care. He just bulldozed through whatever problems were, and he just got problems solved, even when he's fighting against an intractable opposition.
Absolutely. Everybody's against him. Mainstream media is against him. Of course, the left's against him. Some Republicans were against him, and quite honestly, I tell you, the R means nothing, folks. Let me back up for a second. The R means nothing. Are you a conservative? That is what is important. You can put an R on anything, but if you're a conservative, you've got values, you believe in government, you believe in your freedom, your liberty, and your freedom of religion, and that's what it's all about this election. We are standing up against a rise of the left, and we must protect, and Donald Trump is that person.
Absolutely. Thank God he came into office.
There you go. I'm going to see if I can move in. I'd like to talk to this gentleman right over here if I could. Let's see if I can get over here. And can we get over here real quickly? How you doing? Can I talk to you just for a second?
Sure.
I saw you yesterday out on the streets downtown.
Yes, sir.
You have a great message, and everyone seemed to know you.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about your outfit. I know there's a history behind it,
Yes,
of what you're trying to express.
Freedom for America. My endorsement of the Donald Trump, here to save our constitutional republic from the demon rat party, the Democratic Party. I'm sorry to say, burning our country down again, like they did in 1861, the last time they tried to burn it down to the ground. Message of freedom, love. The Donald loves us, he loves America, and he's going to save it and make it great again.
Yeah, he talked for about an hour and a half with a megaphone. I wish we had video of that. It was amazing, and you got a lot of attention. Now you had a lot of people come up to you and would heckle you, I guess, for whatever reason. But you're trying to get the message out. Obviously, your outfit is very different, and I think that gets people's attention. I think it works for your advantage to get the point across.
Yes.
That we all have the freedom of expression, and we all share the same values of freedom and liberty. liberty that we have in this country.
Exactly,
Did I get it
sir.
right?
It's possible that you're not a member of the fake news, sir. I'm beginning to suspect that you are not a breeder branch of the fake news. The truth will set us free, said the Lord Jesus Christ.
You touch upon that quite a bit. I like that. You preach the gospel, and I think it's very important. Did you know that back in 2016, nearly 30 million Christians did not vote in that election? Now, that could be the pivotal point. Either we win this time or we lose.
We're facing the serpent, sir. We're facing the serpent. The serpent is the World Wide Web, the demonic fake news, which would lie to us. It is Google, it is Facebook. They're taking down and stealing our truths while propagating their half-truths, which are usually full lies. May God bless America and hold us through this crisis.
There you go.
Very well, sir.
We'll see you back inside. Thank you for your time. All right, we're making our way through here. Let me just duck underneath this police tape real quick. All right, folks, as you see it, we bring it to you live here. This is unscripted. All right, so we're going to go back inside and get set up on the podium to be able to bring you all the coverage from inside the rally. As you can see, everyone's in line. They're going over some of the safety protocol. Nice little voice message telling you to, the bags. And if you see somebody protesting, this is very interesting. If you see somebody protesting, don't confront them violently. Just start chanting Trump. And apparently that is the signal for security. But everyone's a peaceful gathering here. Everyone is excited. Of course, you know what? We couldn't ask for a better day out here at all for this. It is absolutely gorgeous. So we're going to take it on. Are we going on inside now? All right. I'm going to go in. You're going to stay out. I'll take my backpack. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. All right, friends, again, my name is Lilith. This is my second Trump rally ever. My first Trump rally was in Ocala, Florida on Friday, where we had a massive amount of people watching us on YouTube, and we really, really do appreciate you all tuning in with us. We are almost 100% viewer funded, so thank you so much for being there and being here with us. And you just take a look. Look at them. They are so happy to be here. And just talking with just a few people and asking where they're from, I asked about 6 families, and they came all the way from California. So I want you to be mindful of the fact that Donald Trump is very, very smart in how he's very strategic on where he plans his rallies at. That's right, 4 more years. President Trump is very strategic on where he plans his rallies. Think about it. Nevada is perfect because everyone's coming in from California. Everybody's coming in from that blue state. And this is their opportunity to come out and to shine and to show their support for Trump. This is their safe space because our friends in California, they are hurting. This is their safe space. If you're from California, show us. There you go. Right there. Right there. This is MAGA country. We can't make this up. We can't make this up. We can't make this up. So yeah, I mean, we're going to keep talking to a few more people. Where are you all from? Reno.
Popular shirt right now.
Most popular shirt. Make liberals cry again. You know what makes the liberals cry again? When you say 12 more years. That's right. That's right. All right, let's keep going down here. I'm wondering, could we go over this tape here? All right, we're going to do a quick little field trip and talk to some of our patriots here. All right, friends, how are you doing today? Where are you coming from?
Orvada, up on the Oregon border.
Nevada,
I love it. Thank you so much. Where are you coming from today, ma'am?
Orvada, Nevada.
Nevada. Where are you all coming from today?
Texas.
Texas. Wow. Wow. How are you doing, buddy? Give me 5. You happy to be here? Yes. Where are you all coming from today?
Dayton, Nevada.
Dayton, Nevada. Thank you so much for being here. How are you all doing today? Where are you all from? Ohio. From all over the place. Check that out. Thank you all so much for being here. Why are you here today, sir? Can you tell us a few words of why you're here today?
I think President Trump is doing what we need to support this country, taking us out of trees that we don't need to be in, making America important again, whereas we were being hurt a lot. So I'm here to support Trump. I'm here to support America.
I love that.
Patriotic.
I love that. Now, may I ask, did you vote for him in 2016?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. So this is your double run.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
What he's doing, it's great.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. All right. Let's go down over here. How are you doing today? Patriots, where are you coming from today?
West Valley, California.
California, California.
Look out.
Look out, California.
Look out, California.
Thank you so much. Where are you coming from today?
It's the MAGA show, not a donkey show. Woo!
How are you all doing? Where are you coming from today, sir?
I'm coming from San Francisco.
San Francisco. Tell us why you're here.
I'm a big Trump fan. Yeah, I really want to go to his rallies. I really hope he gets the win. I'm really proud of what he's done. He's kept us safe. His defense policies have been amazing, kept us out of wars, made deals with Israel. Our economy was booming, so I'm excited to get it back rolling here, and it's great to be around so many patriots.
I love it. Did you vote for him in 2016?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good one.
You too.
How are you doing, sir? Where are you all coming from today?
I'm from the Sacramento area.
Do you see all these Californians? I'm telling you, this is their safe space right here. RSBN, we stand on the right side of history. We can't make this up. They are coming all the way from California because they know how much they need to show their support for our president. Tell us a little bit more why you're here.
Well, first off, this guy's actually from the North Bay, very close to San Francisco, so he's in the throes of it. I'm a little bit more in a safe zone, but there's actually tons of people that are Republican in my area. You wouldn't know it until you see the parades of vehicles going around with the Trump signs, which is really cool. But what was your question? Why did we come out here?
Yeah, why are you? What brought you out here? Are you a first-time Trump supporter? Did you vote for him in 2016?
No, we've actually been conservative all of our lives. We grew up in San Francisco, which was a crazy environment. Yeah.
I love it. Well, you guys are keeping California sane, so thank you so much. We're praying for you all this coming November. Thank you so much. Y'all take care. God bless. Absolutely. I love this crowd. Let's keep going down a little this way. How you doing today? Make liberals cry again. I am, because I really want to ask you. Tell me about your shirt.
I got this last year, only because the funniest thing, when we thought for sure he was not going to win in 2016, and all of the networks were crying, all the anchors were crying that he won, it just hit me so hard at that point that, holy cow, this is what I believe. This is hilarious. It's just hilarious that they automatically think they're going to win.
Right.
You know?
Right. And would you say that the support for President Trump is louder now than ever before?
There's more and more who are not afraid to speak out that they support him. That's the good news. And so, but I still think, I know that there's still an unspoken majority. You've heard it here first. There will be a winner announced on November 3rd because it's going to be such a landslide.
Right.
It's not even going to be close.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm convinced about that.
Absolutely.
So.
And we're so excited for that day. We are so close.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Tell me about the Right Side.
Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are, to be honest with you, the only non-fake news on the podium back there. So when President Trump calls out the fake news, we always like to show that, hey, 4 more years, we're here for you, President Trump. We stand on the right side of history, and we are non-scripted, and we just come out and we just show our viewers what it's like. So for those that can't be here with us today, they can see for themselves and hear from all of you wonderful patriots. So thank you again so much for being here.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. And you know what? He did make a really good point about that, because in 2016, everybody was so convinced that Hillary's got it. The polls are telling us that Hillary is leading the polls. Guys, I'm telling you, if you check the polls right now, I'm sure it tells you that Biden is going to win by 83% chance. Wrong, not happening. Biden can't even fill up a gym with 4 people. Joe Biden doesn't know where he is half the time. Joe Biden is willing to take people's black cards away. That's right. Where are you all coming from today?
California.
Do you think you're going to turn red?
What's that?
Do you have hope that California might turn red?
Yes. Yes.
Give us some spirit. Give us some spirit. But going back to what we were saying about 2016, people were so convinced that Hillary was leading in the polls and that Trump is just losing and there's no chance in history. And now patriots are louder and prouder than ever before. Is that right? Is that right? Take a look. Take a look. How many more years we got? How many more years we got? 12 more years. Make the liberals cry, baby. Make the liberals cry.
4 more years. 12 more. 4 more years.
Thank you, sir. Where are you coming from today, sir?
California.
Another one.
Atwater, California, the first city to open up for our small businesses and our churches.
Can you tell us what brought you out here today?
I wanted to see my president. My daughter got married yesterday. That was the purpose for us coming up. But when I found out that Trump was going to be here in Carson again, I said, we got to go.
Wow, that's dedication.
My nephew. Come on, nephew.
Come on down here, nephew.
Modesto,
Right Side Broadcasting here. We're not fake news. How are you doing today?
Modesto, California, right here.
Thank you so much for being here. Now, may I ask, did you vote for Donald Trump in 2016?
Yes, I did. I was at the Fresno rally when he was first running for president. And that's when they tried to hide people like me.
Uh-huh.
They showed everybody outside, people of color, they were all protesting. But I'm here to let you know for sure that my president is not a racist. Because when I was at that rally, there were Sikh people there. They had their turbans on. There was more Mexican people there that live in the entire city of Atwater, other blacks, Asians, everybody.
Now, what would you say to Joe Biden saying you ain't black if you are having a hard time figuring out if you're for me or for Trump? What would you say to Joe Biden?
He's a racist. He's a true racist.
He's trying to take your black card away, but you know what? I'm here to tell you, you are born black, you are black, you will always be black. So thank you so much for your outpour of support. Absolutely. Absolutely.
How about Joe? Got my Trump card.
He's got his Trump 2020 card. That's a true patriot. Thank you so much, sir. And God bless your daughter for her wedding. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Where are you coming from today? California. Now, what can you tell us about the current state of California? Do you feel that California has a chance? Do you think that California has a chance of turning red anytime soon?
I really do. Just seeing all of the enthusiasm in the state of California, I do believe that there's a chance that we can have a red wave this year.
Absolutely, and we see you, we hear you, and we pray for you. California, stay strong. Thank you so much for making the trip out here.
RSBN, thank you so much. We really appreciate that you are at every single rally, that you are showing the crowds. So we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you. We love to hear from our wonderful fans and our wonderful viewers. Now, I want to take a moment to let you know about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train. Plus, ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. That's SAVE 10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. iTargetPro.com. Offer code SAVE10. Thank you so much to iTarget for being our partner for the day. The time currently is 1:20.
It's Sleepy Joe's bedtime.
It's Sleepy Joe bedtime. I love to hear it. I love to hear it.
USA! Go Trump!
Go Trump.
Go Trump. Can I ask you a few questions? What brought you out here? Where are you coming from today, ma'am?
Coming from California.
California, I'm telling you. Do you see this energy? This is a safe space for Californians. What brought you out here?
Trump. Of course.
Did you vote for him in 2016?
Yes, I did.
Did you think back then, even with the fake news trying to lie to us and deceive us into believing that Hillary was leading the polls, did you fall for that trap in 2016?
No, I did not.
I love this conviction and this confidence. You know we're going to win by a landslide, right?
Yes. Of course we are.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here.
All 50 states.
All 50 states. I love it. Yes. I love it. All right, let's come on back down here. It is really hot out here, but these patriots have been standing out here for several days.
All the time. You
are awesome. I never miss a Trump rally on your right side broadcasting.
We love you. Thank you so much for your support. We love to hear it. Thank you for being here. Check out this flag, California for Trump. I have not seen that.
Make sure we're here today to see our president.
Wow, I love it. Tell me a little bit more about why you're here for Trump.
Well, we're here for Trump because Trump is our president. Trump is on the right side. Trump is the one who is the sane one out of the two. Trump is not racist. Trump is everything. I don't. Throw me some questions.
I just want to know how your energy is being here today. I mean, I know you traveled from California. How does it feel to be at this rally during a crazy time that we're in, showing your support for President Trump with all the negativity that we see in the fake news? How does it feel to be here in real time?
It feels wonderful because we can be here today and we can show our support for our president and show that what you see on the fake media, it's lies. It's not the truth. You know, it's like you have all these people here supporting our president. It feels wonderful to be able to come out and support our president, knowing that he's not going to come to California because of the blue city and everything.
That's actually what I mentioned before. I mean, he's very strategic on how he plans and where he plans his rallies. So did you expect him to ever come to California?
Maybe the southern part of the state, like he's going to do in Orange County and everything, because Orange County is a conservative county. Our county, where I live up in the Central Valley, we are hardcore Trump in the Central Valley. But you don't see that because most of the media shows you San Francisco, LA, where it's all blue.
Right.
You know, so we didn't really expect him to, and we're not really sad that he didn't. I mean, we'd love him to come to California. There are so many Trump supporters, Mr. President, that we love you and we want you in California. But LA and San Francisco, it just we understand.
Absolutely,
and we time and the money where it's going to be effective, and that's why we spend our time and our money to come to see him.
To come here, and we see you, we hear you, we pray for California. Stay strong. It's people like you that are going to flip California red. So thank you so much for traveling up here. God bless you. Thank you. How are we doing today, Patriots? How many years, ladies? How many years? How many years we got? How many years we got?
Trump!
Woo! How you doing? I'm sorry? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. They just because people are through, that's all.
Oh, okay, got. Do you want me to come back out, or we can't be in this? Oh, gotcha. Okay. No problem. Thank you. We follow the rules here at Right Side. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry? Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN.
I watch every day.
Thank you so much. We love you guys.
I had to discover you guys by accident.
We love to hear it. Thank you so much. We do have kids. We do have kids. And despite the weather out here, despite the line, despite the wait, our fellow patriots are so happy to be here to show their support vocally and physically for President Trump. That's right. Take a look, fake news. Americans are tired of being silent. Americans are tired of being told what they should think, what they should say, and how they should vote. Americans are tired of the fake news.
All the time!
It is hyper out here. Wow, you're from Brazil. Thank you. When did you move here, sir? When did you move here?
Water.
I am very support Trump. I know what happened in the world. Biden give you money, take your money to China.
That's right. Biden is for China. President Trump is for America. So on November 3rd, Americans, really When you go to cast your vote, I want you to ask yourself, am I voting for China or am I voting for America? And that's why we have all kinds of patriots from all over the world being here. So thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Absolutely. You're either for China or you're for America. I hate to say it, but it's really that simple now. Thank you. All right, let's keep on walking. All right, so we're going to go back to the actual venue itself. We just wanted to show you all just a little sneak peek. We wanted to talk to the fans and the Patriots so that you can get a real feel in real time how they are feeling, why they're here, and where they are coming from. And like you saw for yourself, the majority of Patriots out here are from California. This is their safe space. They are so excited to drive hours upon hours to be here. And who knows, maybe in the future, Trump might have a rally in California. But until then, these Californians are out here repping their love and support for President Trump. We've had people coming out from Ohio, from Texas, from Florida. I mean, this is unstoppable. All right, friends, so we are going to pause the live stream at this point so that we can transition into the venue. Please continue leaving us comments, liking this video, sharing this video, subscribing to RSBN. Right Side Broadcasting is very happy and proud to show you rallies. We are non-scripted and we are almost fully viewer funded. So that's a wrap for now, and we're going to go ahead and go inside.
Here we are in Carson City, Nevada today. Just really quick, I want to let everybody know that you will be able to see today two angles. We have a overflow cam set up, which we're working on right now, because we remember the last time we were in Nevada. It was Reno, and Alex Caldwell was there all by himself, and we broke the all-time record at the time for live viewers at 115. I believe it's since been broken, but we were there, and Alex did such a great job. But we were able to capture some of the overflow, which was just amazing, and we expect it to be a lot bigger than that even tonight. So we came prepared today with two cameras. So in just a little bit, you're going to get to see a split screen with the overflow camera. We are pulling out all the stops for you today. So we appreciate you. If you want to continue to see the overflow cam, let us know. We'd love to be able to take these to as many as possible. We have a limited crew, but when we're able to do it, we will certainly do that for you. So thanks, and stand by, because Mike and Brian are going to be live in just a second. Don't want to miss it. Okay, so let's try this and see if that's any better. Just letting everybody know to hang around. We're going to have our overflow camera. I'm told some of you couldn't hear. We're going to have our overflow camera up in just a second, a split screen, to try to get you more of that overflow like you saw in Reno, Nevada, where the people broke through the lines. It was just crazy there. We came prepared today with 2 cameras. So we'll have that as well as we have a new correspondent today, Brian Glenn, along with Magnificent and, of course, Lilith. And she's going to be back inside in a minute. So you're going to see all the action right here, from the Pledge of Allegiance to the national anthem to the opening speakers. We've got it all for you here. We've planned this out. If you want to see more overflow, let us know. If you want to see this at every rally, we're going to do our best to make that happen. We have a short and limited crew during election season because things are so crazy, but we're going to do our best to make that happen for you. A reminder that tomorrow we're going to be in 2 spots in Arizona. We're going to be in an early rally in Prescott tomorrow with our correspondent Brick Suit, also known as Blake, but he will be in Prescott tomorrow along with Tom O'Neill for the early one. And then tomorrow evening we'll be in Tucson, Arizona, where Liz Willis will be standing by there. So it's going to be fun. And then we'll head back east to Erie, Pennsylvania on Tuesday. Wednesday is North Carolina, and you can just expect more of the same in the lead up to Election Day. It's going to get crazy. So we're going to be there for you every step of the way. Donate to our travel fund at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Back to Carson City with Brian, Mike, and Lilith in just a second.
I am your correspondent, Magnificent. Can we get this shirt right here? Look at this shirt. Joe, check this shirt out. We got to get this shirt. Hang on, sir. We're going to get you. Look at this. This how much they love Right Side Broadcasting. Look at the shirt there. What's on the back? Okay, nothing's on the back. Look at that shirt. And that's the second one I've seen. The crowd is loving us. They loving us. USA. 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 Guys, look at this. Look at this crowd here in Carson City, Nevada. Look at this. Nobody up here gets the crowd fired up like Right Side Broadcasting. They love us. They love what we do here. And what we do is we tell the truth. We tell the truth, we shame the devil, and we expose the media. The media as they lie and try to force Joe Biden and communism on the country. It ain't gonna happen, not on our watch, not as long as we're here. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Look at them chanting right here. I'm gonna have to put my phone in my pocket just so I can use my other hand to hype them up. 4 more years. 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 There's nothing quite like this site, guys. If you haven't noticed, for those of you that have been tuned in, we have not had this much momentum until recently. It's just coming in a huge wave. The momentum's building week by week by week. You can't see this from the camera, but we actually have a right side banner taped to the side of the railing here where we're stationed on the risers. And that makes a huge difference because not only does it show people that we're here, it alerts new people to who we are, because so many people come up to me and they're like, who are you guys? Because they see me with this Make America Great Again hat and they're like, what? They don't know how to take it in because they're not used to seeing anybody be so biased in the media up here on stage. And so we're introducing ourselves to new people, but we're also showing our current audience like, hey, we're out here. We want to let you guys know that. And it's a game changer. It's a game changer. So our goal would be to get one of these banners to every single one of our events, if not business cards, because we got to spread the truth. We got to spread the word. We got to get it out. Word of mouth is how we grow. This is grassroots organic media. Grassroots organic patriot journalism. That's what we are here at RSBN. And with that said, I want to thank everybody that's tuned in, everybody that's watching, and I want to tell you about our partner for the day. Victims of crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter itargetpro.com. Again, itargetpro.com, offer code SAVE10. Now, I want to also let you guys know that we are almost entirely viewer funded, which means your dollars, yes, your dollars, your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. I'm getting so distracted because people keep saying, hey, right side, right side. But your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. We have 16 days until the most important election we're ever going to vote in. And we're the only media that's going to show President Trump's speech start to finish, uninterrupted, with no bias, no narrative, no spin. We show the crowd, as you can see right here. We're showing you what President Trump supporters are actually like. You see you've got deplorables from all different walks of life, all different colors, engaging in a peaceful protest. The mainstream media ain't going to show you that. They don't even have their cameras turned on. We show you everything, start to finish. So if you want to support this president, if you want to support this movement of patriotic, pro-life, pro-freedom, pro-American people, then you need to support us. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 12 more years. They want 12 more years of the Donald. 12 more years. And he's going to get them to chant that too. 12 more years. He's going to get them to chant that. You know that. You already know that. The crowd is so fired up. It's a little weird for me being all the way from the East Coast and it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually we're pretty much just getting to the venue right now is what it feels like in my internal clock, right? I wouldn't say I'm jet lagged, but it's weird that it's already, approaching 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock on the East Coast or whatever. It's just weird. The timing is really weird for me. Being 3 hours behind out here in Nevada. And you guys are going to call me a liar for this, but I think today is actually the best weather that I've ever experienced at one of these rallies. I feel like I say that every time, but geez, you cannot overstate how great it is without the humidity. I like the humidity in general, but when I have to stand in it for several hours, I prefer the dry heat. And out here, it's a beautiful, crystal clear day in Carson City, Nevada. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's probably about 70 degrees. It's going to warm up to about 80. So it's t-shirt weather. It's perfect. I'm just loving it. This is the best weather. I could not ask for better weather. So what I'm going to do right now is pass it over to Brian. And Brian, what do you think about this crowd and how fired up they are?
This is amazing. Obviously, I'm new to RSBN TV, guys. My name is Brian Glenn, and I'm glad to be here with all of you today. And as you've been seeing, this crowd is building, and it's building, and it's building, and they keep chanting 4 more years, and hopefully in the next 16 days, we get to do just that and elect Donald Trump for 4 more years. But let's talk about that last 4 years, can we? Let's talk about how the left has tried to take away this election from day one. Let's talk about the collusion that we've seen from day one. Let's talk about the people that have been against this president from day one. Ever since he came down the elevator, they have been against this president from day one. But that all stops now. That all stops here, and that can all stop with you going to the polls. And like I said earlier, here it is, 4 more years. The chant is over and over again. And of course, that's what we all want. We have seen the economy. We have seen a robust economy across all low unemployment. We've seen unemployment rate in history. We've had a great GDP. And of course, COVID obviously took away a lot of that. But we are coming back, and we've heard President Trump say that. We are coming back stronger than ever, and it's going to happen. And it's up to you right now to make sure on November 3rd, you go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump. Now, I am just blown away. Like I said earlier, this is my first broadcast with the team here. Love the folks here at Right Side Broadcasting, and so does all of them. I cannot tell you how many people have come up to us and said, hey, I love what you're doing. I love that you're telling the whole story. You're telling the truth. We've had people say, where can I donate? Which is awesome. You can go to rsbn.com and you can find the donate tab on there as well. Donate whatever you can. Every little bit helps to get our crew from city to city. As you can see, President Trump has had these rallies 2 or 3 a day. It takes a lot of resources to get our crews across the country and cover all of this, but thanks to you that we're allowed to the city over the last day and a half. And I was asking them, what is the number one issue on the ballot for you? Why do you want to re-elect Donald Trump? And they have all said it. It's the economy. It's the strength of our country. It's opening up all industries that have been shipped over to China. We've seen what Joe Biden has done. We've seen what they have done year and year, time after time, sending our jobs and our money over to China. Well, that all stops with the Trump administration, and that can also stop with you. So we need you to make sure you pull that trigger on November the 3rd. Now I'm going to step away and let you look behind us. As you can see, President Trump will be taking the stage, I think, at 4 o'clock Pacific time. I'm not sure on that. I'll have to get my crew to double check on that, but that's where he'll be speaking from, the podium there. And as you can see, we've got the 2 gigantic American flags behind here. And this is, if you've never been to a Trump rally, I encourage you to go on the website, find out if there's a rally near your house, and go to one. It is the most amazing experience. And so a lot of people that have never, the never Trumpers, what I call them, that have never been to a rally, all they like to say is, well, it's just a bunch of mid-American white folks. And that is not what you see. You see all kinds of demos here. We've seen it coming in. Everybody loves this country, no matter what your color, no matter what your gender, no matter where you were born. They love this country, and that's why they're here today, is to support the president. And of course, we're so glad you chose to watch all of this coverage with us. We appreciate it. We appreciate your donations. I had a lady earlier flag me down, gave me $20 and said, here, we just want to say thank you. And we certainly appreciate her doing that. I know we've seen some early voting in certain states, and I know that the record turnout right now, and I can only hope that that record turnout is in largely a part of new voter registrations for Republicans. I know that the Democrats have done a pretty good job going out and getting new voters, and I can hope that we can only surpass what they've done. But I just want to encourage you, when it comes November 3rd, bring a friend to the poll, bring your parents, bring your neighbor. ask around at your work. Make a point to grab somebody and go to the polls. It is crucial that we all get out and vote. I said this number earlier, about 30 million Christians did not vote in the last election. Now that 30 million people could be the difference. It could be the difference whether or not liberty and freedom plays on or this country gets taken over by the radical left. And I know that you and I both do not want that at all. To set the scene again, we are live. Carson City, Nevada, at one of the regional airports here, smaller airport outside Reno, probably about 45 minutes south of Reno. Beautiful facility, lots of space, as COVID has pretty much forced everyone to do these outside rallies. You know what? I like it. I love it. It's beautiful skies right now, probably the mid-70s, low humidity, light wind out of the north. Can't beat it. You cannot beat it. Also, if you like this broadcast, you like what we're saying, hey, comment down below. Like it, share it, tell a friend, to make sure that we all keep building the audience that we have here at Right Side, because we continuously, like this lady is pointing at me right now, continuously to build our platform, and we're just trying to bring you all the information that you need. Now, let's go back to Election Day 2016. And as we saw the election results come out, we already knew that the radical left was going to fight whatever outcome was determined, no matter what. So it's more important than ever that we not only win, but we win big on this. Now let's fast forward to 2020. We didn't know in 2016 just how nasty a lot of the mainstream media was going to be, how nasty the left would be in terms of the reaction to a Trump victory. Now we know.
country. Absolutely, this is MAGA country. So it's critical that President Trump wins this state, and I think he's going to do it.
Super chat. Devin says, I can't afford ditch countries embracing pedo culture, nullify evil dividends. I don't get paid to report thousands of unverified adult videos, and I'm sick of the BS. Trump 2020. No slow Joe. No slow Joe, I agree. Sleepy Joe is not going to win. It's just impossible to imagine him winning, especially when you consider that he's not even campaigning. I mean, now he's starting the campaign. And when he is campaigning, he's telling everybody that he's running for Senate. So, I mean, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing here? Elder abuse, for real. Richard Casson is a new member. Thank you, Richard. And we got a new one from Carl Peterson. Carl Peterson said, American Dreamer by Jacob Seals. We got another new member by the name of Jolie. Thank you, Jolie. Shane Robertson says, Trump, Pence 2020, get out and vote. Most important vote of our lifetime. Yes, it is so true. You're going to look back, depending on your age, you're going to look back on this and tell your grandkids how important this time was. You're going to tell your grandkids just how important this time was, just how important this election was. And hopefully the story that you tell will be a happy one. And we'll find out in 16 days. I mean, in a perfect world, we find out in 16 days. But we already know that they're going to drag this thing out. They're going to make it seem like it's too close to call. It's going to be very awkward. So just brace yourselves for that. And I was thinking about this last night, how important it is for everybody to vote in person. If you can vote in person and vote early, we can get the signs early who's leading. Right, I'm seeing some of the election data that's come in, and while we can't really read into it too much, it looks like President Trump he's faring well in a lot of these states that have already opened up their early voting. Now, Nevada just opened up their early voting, I believe, on Saturday, and people lined up. There were lines, even though the Democrat governor of the state mailed out ballots to every registered voter in the state. I mean, it's insane that the media is trying to make you think, trying to gaslight you to make you think there's no voter fraud happening, that there's no corruption behind our election process. I mean, they're finding ballots in dumpsters. People are throwing away ballots. People are getting mailed ballots of people who they don't even know. One person, I believe it might have been in Nevada, I saw the article on Twitter, they posted a photo of it. They got mailed like 18 ballots, and they were all addressed to them. Well, it was sent to their address, but it had 18 different names. So there's just so much fraudulent activity out there, man. They're going to try and steal the election because they know that's the only way they can win. They can't win with their policy. They can't win with their ideas. They cannot win with their candidate. I mean, come on, let's just be real, man. That dude is so far gone. He does not know what planet he's on. He doesn't know what side of the stage to exit on. He's shrouded with corruption. I mean, could you imagine Don Jr. doing even a fraction of what Hunter Biden did? They would take him away in cuffs. They would lock him. They would bury that dude under the jail cell right now. If Don Jr. got away with what Hunter Biden did for all these years. But the media are disgusting, dishonest, corrupt media carrying water for the Democrat Party and for one of the most corrupt politicians in the history of our country, Joe Biden, is a disgrace. And that's why Right Side Broadcasting is so popular, because we talk about the stuff that they won't talk about. They won't cover it. They're going to call this a white supremacist COVID super spreader event. They can't wait to smear this and say nobody's wearing masks. They can't wait to do that because they don't ask the hard-hitting questions. They don't do any investigative journalism anymore. They're just a PR team for the Democrat Party and for the corrupt pro-war establishment, anti-American establishment, pro-China establishment. I'm sick of hearing about all these celebrities that endorse Joe Biden. Yeah, we know. That's another reason for us to vote for Trump. Every single celebrity that endorses Joe Biden is another reason to vote for Trump. That is it. That is the truth. Cast your vote for President Trump. I know some people get mad when I say Trump, Trump. I can't help it. Sometimes I say Trump, and sometimes Trump says Trump. But I just want to say, guys, we are almost entirely viewer funded, so your donations will send us to these events. We're going to build this momentum. We're going to reelect this president. And if anything, if it works out in our favor, it will be a landslide. It will go smoothly, or as smoothly as possible. But brace yourselves, because the left is going to cheat. Only the state of Florida has a Republican governor to combat some of this corruption and election fraud that they're trying in other states. So luckily, the biggest swing state has a Republican governor. But all the other swing states, including the state of Nevada, have Democrat governors that are forcing mail-in ballots. They're soft on signatures for the mail-in ballots. They're not absentee. People aren't requesting them. They're just mailing them to people, even though those people plan to vote in person. It's just a mess, man. It's a mess. So we just need to get ready for it. It's going to be that way. But the best way, in my opinion, to combat it is to vote in person and vote early. If you can vote early right now in your state, what are you waiting for? Don't wait until November 3rd, because who knows what kind of monkey wrench they're going to throw at us the day before the election to try to justify shutting down polling locations. They're worried about Republicans trying to do it. It's them that don't want people voting in person. You want to talk about voter suppression? The left doesn't want you to vote in person. They'll let you pack in the airplanes. They'll let you gather up in groups for Ruth Bader Ginsburg and for the Women's March and to protest Amy Coney Barrett, but you can't line up to cast your vote. It's your civic duty to vote in your national election, and they don't want you to do it. But you can go line up at Walmart. You can go line up at one of these big multinational corporations that hate America, sell out to China, get all their cheap plastic garbage from China and sell it to us. These big corporations that are bankrolling these destructive communist organizations like Black Lives Matter. So we just need to flip the bird to the entire establishment of corporations, politicians, media, celebrities, academia, all of it. We need to burn it all down. I don't mean that literally. I know somebody on the left, as they're watching this right now, he wants to hurt people. These people hear what they want to hear. I'm just disgusted by the fakery, fraudulent stuff going on. Anyway, I said a mouthful there, guys. You know I go on tirades from time to time. Can't help myself. Gary says, don't listen to Democrats or their Joseph Goebbels approved propaganda. Half of what they say are lies and the other half isn't true. We also got a new member, Bill Pace. We got another new member, Fred Henry. And I think there's another one. No, not. Nope. We got Adam. Adam with a super chat. Sorry, that wasn't a new member. Super chat. Adam De Leon, thank you for your super chat. And we've got Ryan Milleron. Ryan says everyone should donate to RSBN, but also to local and national candidates. They are starting their final ad buys. Consider races in other states too. Yes, guys, another thing to consider with this election. It's not just about voting for President Trump. We need to vote in our local elections. You need to understand who's on the ballot, even if it's just two Republicans. Are you voting for a Republican that supports President Trump, or are you voting for a neoconservative, a neocon, a rhino, somebody that's not going to work with the president? Please consider that. Consider who you're voting for. Vote for your congressmen. Vote for your senators. Vote for your governors. Vote for your attorney generals. Vote red down ballot. Vote for people to share your beliefs, your values, your principles. That's what it's about. The left wants you to vote based on if it's a woman or if it's a transgendered feminist from another country. They want you to vote based on identity. Want it to be vote. I got a gift, or we got a gift. We got a gift. Can we show this gift? I'm gonna hold up this gift that we just got, guys. It looks to be some kind of pillow of some sort. Actually, it feels like a whoopee cushion, but it's some kind of soft pillow, and it says Trump on it, and it's got these little, if I can just, it says "We will prevail," I mean, this is pretty cool right here. Whoever gave this to us, thank you so much. This is cool. Still winning, it says. Still winning. Look at that. I love it. I love the enthusiasm. I said this is my favorite thing about this job is the enthusiasm. I might hold this all day. This is my little pillow buddy here. This is great. This is great, guys. But you know, it's so important to just participate in your local elections because those people are going to have such a huge impact. Local elections impact you way more than national ones do. If you think about what happened, why local elections matter, look no further than the state of Florida, the great state of Florida, where Ron DeSantis squeaked out a victory over the fraud that is Andrew Gillum, the complete and utter fraud. That dude is so corrupt. He's such a hypocrite. He character bashed the president, and then he got caught with his pants down, quite literally. You can't make this stuff up. The truth is stranger than fiction. But they propped him up on CNN. They propped him up on left-wing news. They said, oh, he's the best thing since sliced bread. Is Andrew Gillum the new Obama? They were all about this dude, and he would have wrecked the state of Florida. He would have implemented a state income tax. He would have flooded it with illegals. He would have turned it into a sanctuary haven, and it would have been California South. That's what we were dealing with. But because we were smart as Floridians, we paid attention to what was going on, and I have a reason to believe that I was instrumental in that getting Ron DeSantis elected because there was a lot of news coming out. Project Veritas and the rest was exposing Andrew Gillum and his plans to bring in a radical agenda. I helped get out the vote, and I think that made the difference in Florida. I really do. My YouTube channel only had about 10,000 followers at the time, but we got it done. And now you see how important that election was. Now that you look at this election and what Andrew Gillum would be doing as far as Florida's elections. First of all, we know for a fact our state would be shut down. Businesses would not be allowed to open. There probably would have been significant damage due to riots and protests and all of that. Those peaceful protesters, we would have dealt with all of that in Florida. And he would have been fudging the numbers on COVID. He would have been fudging the numbers with the election and making it very impossible for the president to get reelected. Again, Florida is the largest swing state, 29 electoral votes. So I say all that to say, make sure you vote in your local elections. Make sure you're paying attention to who's on the ballot. It's important to vote red down ballot, but it's also important to know exactly who you're voting for because you never know how it's going to impact the national election. So with that said, I'm going to sit this pillow down here. That's a great pillow. So this crowd, guys, is pretty big, and we still got just under 2 hours until the president arrives here. We're in Carson City, Nevada, at Carson City Airport for another one of President Trump's Make America Great Again rallies. The state of Nevada has 6 electoral votes up for grabs, so President Trump absolutely thinks that he can win this state. He lost it narrowly in 2016. A lot of people flooding over from California. I do believe a lot of people came over here from California. I'm happy that In-N-Out Burger came over here from California. That's what we're going to be having after we wrap up here. Thank goodness. Melissa Rivers says, I'll listen to you rant anytime, Mike. Keep up the great work. Love RSBN. God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. Nathan says, I live in Arizona and I voted for Trump in 2020. You already voted, Nathan. Thank you. That is a smart thing for you to do. Vote early. Vote in person. Matter of fact, I'll be voting early, mostly because I don't think I'll be home on election day. There's a chance that I'm traveling, and I do not want to miss out. I would be the biggest hypocrite on planet Earth next to Joe Biden if I didn't vote on election day or if I didn't vote in this election. So I will probably be voting early next week. And one more thing. Who was it that gave that super chat from Arizona? Nathan. Nathan, if you're still listening, I hope you plan on going to see President Trump tomorrow as he will be holding 2 rallies in Arizona, beginning in Prescott and then wrapping up in Tucson. Liz Willis will be headlining that one in Tucson. And then from there, after Tucson and after Prescott, we're headed all the way back out east where President Trump, you know, the guy who never sleeps, always works. He's going to Erie, Pennsylvania. I'll be headlining that one with a special guest correspondent, Scott Pressler. Maybe you might have heard of him. Great guy. Looking forward to it personally. I haven't met the guy, but I've followed him for a while, and he does amazing work. He's really making a difference. I really support these grassroots patriots that are making a difference. putting their money where their mouth is, cleaning up the streets, bringing people together, speaking truth to power. That's what it's about. And let me make sure I'm caught up on these super chats. Valiant Life says, we love President Trump and RSP, and thank you for all you do. God bless Patriots winning. Amish Mafia with the $10 super chat. We got Amish for Trump in the building. Nathan Ellerby, did you send another one? Holy smokes, we got a huge one here from Stalin Cespedes. I think I said it right. My apologies if I pronounced it wrong. But I want to give a special shout out to you, sir, for your super chat. This is a big super chat. Stalin says, I am not American. I live in the Dominican Republic, but I really hope Donald Trump gets reelected. Right Side Broadcasting is the only network to show the crowds POTUS has strong support all over the world. Yes, indeed. Yeah, hold on. Let's get a... We're going to give a shout out. I don't know if the sound will pick this up. She's got it. Oh, I didn't realize she was down there. Looks like we're able to do some interviews down here. We're going to be switching over there, actually.
Welcome back, Patriots. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are on the right side of history. I want to take a moment to interview some of our Patriots, some of our fans here. For those of you that are tuning in again, this is my second Trump rally ever. My name is Lilith, and I want to introduce you to a group of Armenian Americans. If you tuned in on Friday when we were at Ocala, Florida, I made a segment about what was going on. Oh, you got to take the flag, hon. Sorry about that. So when we were here in Ocala, Florida, I spoke about what was happening in Armenia at that time, and we saw the super chats that we were receiving from fellow Armenian Americans. We see you, we love you, we appreciate you, and I actually have a group of fans here that we were going to interview, but looks like we're going to improvise and see how we can get this worked out. Thank you. We love you. Where are you coming from?
Walnut Creek, California.
California. Does this feel like your safe space?
Yes, it's great.
Thank you so much for being here.
That's my wife's car.
Thank you so much again. We really appreciate it.
Silicon Valley.
Are we on? But I can't interview them.
He told me to watch it.
How are you doing? Where are you from?
Silicon Valley, and I just wanted to make it clear to everyone on your amazing YouTube channel that the Silicon Valley is turning red. We
can't interview here.
This isn't standing. This is a walkway.
Gotcha. Sorry about that. All right, friends, we're gonna go back. Thank you so much. We follow the rules here. Not a problem at all. We can always find another way to talk with fellow patriots, doing it the right way. No pun intended. These people have traveled from all over, and most of them are from California. You guys, I'm telling you, this is their safe space. They feel that they are being heard here in Nevada, have traveled for several hours, Sacramento, Los Angeles, San Francisco. I mean, you heard it yourself. This is their safe space. They want to be heard. They want to be seen. And they know that President Trump may or may not have a rally in California, so they're going to take their opportunity to come here to Nevada. So we appreciate them for being here. All right. Should we cut it? Are we done? We gotta cut it.
Do you not want to do any more interviews?
We should probably cut it.
we are back here on the platform here. We want to apologize. We were told earlier we could get out and talk to some of the crowd here, but from what we understand, that's no longer an option. So when the Secret Service tells you don't do that, guess what, people? We listen, but we're glad you're watching us right now as we are about 2 hours away from the president taking the stage here, and we're about 16 days away from you going to the polls on November 3rd. Now, what's at stake? Well, there's a lot at stake. It's your freedom, it's your liberty, it's a quality of life that you've been able to enjoy the last 4 years. And if it was up to Biden, Harris, and the radical left, well, those rights and those freedoms might be taken away. We've seen what their platform is. We've heard what they want, and we've seen them over the last 4 years do some things we've never seen in American politics before, and that's to try to silence you. Just the other day we saw Twitter, Facebook, even YouTube with certain videos, taking those off the web. We certainly don't want that to happen to any of us, no matter what your point of view. It all deserves to be aired. So the censorship in this country is going to a whole new level. We definitely want to stand up against that, and that's exactly what a Trump administration is all about. So we are about 16 days away, and comment down below if you've already voted, if you plan to vote, obviously, on November 3rd. And I always encourage to take a friend, take a coworker, take a neighbor to the polls. Sometimes these lines might be long, and it's a good time to have a good conversation with the person next to you. And of course, according to the CDC guidelines, wear a mask. I think a lot of polling places require you to wear a mask inside, and so wherever your stance is on that, I encourage you to wear a mask. We want your vote to count. Don't try to make a statement there and not be able to vote. That's definitely not the right thing to do. We keep hearing 4 more years being the common chant here. You've probably heard it throughout the broadcast, and that's what we all want, is 4 more years. If you like what you're seeing here, please go to our website, rsbn.com, and you can go in the donate tab and just donate what you can. We had a young lady here earlier come up and give us some money and said, thank you for all you do. Thanks for coming out here and covering all of these rallies. Now, we've got crews across the nation, and that's expensive to keep everybody on the road, but we want to bring you this, all this content uninterrupted. As you know, this is live. We jump from one camera to the other. There is no teleprompter in front of us, any of us. The only thing that's going through our mind right now is what can we do to get this president reelected. Now, I'll step aside and let you take a look at the crowd. It's still coming in pretty good. Actually, we have an overflow crowd as well. And now it's kind of standing room only behind the fence. And every rally that I have been to so far has been just that. It has been overflowing. And of course, if you look at what the Biden rallies are all about, if you look to see who's showing up for those rallies, well, it's not the energy. It's not even near the energy. And I don't want to make a joke, but I think my son's high school football Friday Night Lights gets more people than a presidential campaign rally for Joe Biden. And I'm just keeping it real there, folks. That's about it. That's Texas football, though, all of a sudden. If you're new if you're just joining us, my name is Brian Glenn. I'm one of the newest hosts here at Right Side Broadcasting, and I'm happy to be here. I do come from the mainstream media. I do come from what was called, I guess, now maybe the fake news. But I'm happy to be here on this side, happy to bring you the truth, and happy to bring all this coverage to you, uninterrupted, unfiltered, just delivered right from the microphone through this camera. We got a great staff here. We got staff back at our home office, making sure all these cameras look great, that everything's punched up and looking good. So I'm real curious. Comment down below. What is the number one issue for you this election season? I go back in 2016. I thought that immigration was a big thing. Trump said he was going to build the wall, and he's built 397 miles of the wall so far, and is still building. So the wall's being built. Immigration reform is something that we've all needed here in this country for a while. I don't think anybody can argue with that. We want to make it, I think, easier for people to get in legally, and we want to stop those that are getting in illegally. I think we're all pretty much clear on that. So the economy, let's talk about the economy just for a second. We had some of the greatest GDP we've ever had in the history in this country, the greatest stock market numbers we've ever seen in this country. African American unemployment rates as low as it has ever been in this country. And also average wages for Latino workers, the highest ever. They're chanting right now, "We love Trump. We love Trump." And that's why that we're here now. All this to you. And of course, we've heard so many people talking about. All right, hang on, just I'm going to switch over here just for a second. One of our partners here today, iTarget, and it's more important than ever. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because the Democrats and the left are successful at defunding the police, because when the government can't and won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is, well, it's pretty expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app, Laser Bullet can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all major calibers, including .223 and .556. Also, you can stay sharp with almost any other firearm today. You can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. That's SAVE10. 10% off, free shipping with the promo code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you and your family to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. That's iTargetPro.com. And don't forget that offer code SAVE10 and get that free shipping as well. I want to jump back in here real quickly and talk about how important the evangelical vote is to re-electing this president. Back in 2016, roughly 30 million Christians did not vote in that election. Now, that 30 million could easily swing in the favor of Donald Trump if you just go to the polls. And I know that with COVID took back churches, and many churches, especially in California, and God bless those guys, they have been fighting the governor there to open the churches back up to worship, because I truly feel like worship in church is essential. And if you feel the same way, comment down below. I feel like more than ever, we need church, we need God in our lives, we need to get back and praise our Almighty Jesus for the blessings that He gives us on a daily basis. And this election is one way that you can go and ensure that God stays in our lives. So make sure you do all you can to get your church out and vote, because it is imperative that we get the Christian vote this election. 30 million Christians did not vote in 2016. So what does that mean now? Well, that can mean the difference between Trump winning and Trump losing. So I encourage you guys to contact your pastor. And if your pastor is not open, you're not doing church, get church open. Write your congressman, write your state representative. We have got to get these churches back open. Anyway, that's my platform today for the evangelical vote. We got to get out and vote, Christians. You got to go out and re-elect Donald Trump. I know we've been roaming around here. I don't know if we got some more hits out in the crowd or not. I'm looking at our crew over there right now. I don't know if they have something planned, lined up or not. You know, if you've never been to a Trump rally, you've got to understand, you've got a lot of moving parts here. You've got a lot of security here, obviously, allowing people to come in this area. We've got some overflow area as well. And then down where we're here, we're in the pit area, the press pit, and we have a little bit of limitations what we can do here in that area as well. I want to remind everybody, if you're just discovering this page, you're just discovering this stream, tell a friend. I can't tell you how many people have come up to us and said, hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing your support. I'm going to toss it over to my other correspondent, and she's out in the crowd.
Sacramento, how long have you been living there?
My entire life, 24 years. I was born there since 1991.
About 29 years.
29 years.
Yeah.
And what brought you out here from Sacramento?
As a citizen of America and been born and raised here, I just wanted to come and support my president. At the same time, I wanted our voice to be heard as Armenian American, and the first Christian nation, and shine some light what's going on overseas in Artsakh and Armenia with the war and everything going on. It's been a very tough couple weeks for us, and the Armenian diaspora at this time is trying to raise some light to it because it's not being covered in many places at this time.
That's very true. The mainstream media and the fake news, they have a tendency to not report things that are kind of serious. They have a tendency to report headlines saying that sleeping is racist and white supremacists gather at a rally and all these things, and they're always pushing the same narrative against President Trump, but they refuse to talk about other issues taking place in the country, other issues taking place across the world. So let me ask you, sir, if you could say anything to the Armenians in Armenia right now, what message would you have for them?
We want to say that we're here united, and we want to, like all Armenians, be united all around the United States. And we came here for a special day for President Trump, cheerleading President Trump, that he's the good president and he's the righteous guy. He's gonna take care of a lot of problems, unsolved problems. And one of the biggest problems for the Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, for these innocent civilians that got killed from the Azerbaijan. From help of the Turkish government. So we want to bring the attention to this government that just protect the justice, Armenian justice to be accomplished.
Right, absolutely. And if you could say anything to President Trump today, what would you want to say to him? Anything at all?
President, we love you. We appreciate everything you're doing for us. We just want to get more awareness for what's going on in Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we know that you are the king of peace deals. We know that you can bring peace in the midst of what's going on in Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we're just hoping for you to notice us. Trump 2020.
Thank you so much for being here. God bless you all. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you so much.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
So I'm attorney Joey Gilbert. I've been part of this excitement since 2015, and I think we're going to turn Nevada red. I really do. I feel.
That's what I was saying too.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, you can feel it. Look at this song right now. It's just in the air. I mean, people have had it. Enough is enough. No one's going to say COVID's not a deadly disease, but enough of the nonsense. Let's get our states open. Let's get our kids back in school, back on their sports. It's absolutely insane what's happening, and I think normal everyday Americans have had enough.
That's right. Now let me ask you this. In 2016, the state of Nevada, 47% voted for Hillary, 45% voted for Trump. How does that make you feel?
I'll tell you right. I know this. I know that people that voted for Trump last time aren't going to be voting for Hillary, and I think there's a lot of people that voted for Hillary that'll vote for Trump because, like I said, they've had enough.
Absolutely. Do we trust the polls?
We do not trust the polls. No one should pay attention to the polls. The polls are nonsense, about as much nonsense as the coronavirus totals they give every night. So I tell Americans and Nevadans, get out there and vote and be heard.
Absolutely. Can you remind us your name again, sir?
Joey Gilbert.
Thank you so much, Joey. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. God bless you. Awesome. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right, so we've got a few people interviewed. Should we interview some more people? What do you think? Let's do it. Let's hear from some more friends. Let's hear from some more friends. Ma'am, would you like to give us an interview with Right Side Broadcasting?
I think we already did, didn't we? No.
Sure, let me just ask you, what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Carol Lissick, and I'm from Galt, California.
Wow, Carol, I gotta tell you, you are upon hundreds, if not thousands, of patriots who have arrived here from California. How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me happy because I don't feel all that much support when I'm in California, especially the bigger cities and stuff.
Absolutely.
And
does this make you feel like you're in your safe space? You've got your groove here?
Yes, I do. I feel very happy, and it gives me hope. And I need a T-shirt, though. I heard a John Lydon interview from the Sex Pistols. He was the lead singer, and he's voting for Trump. And he coined a phrase for me on the way here, and he talked about he's an individualist, and that's what I am. I stand for my individual rights and freedom, and it was such a good interview. And he said that he is a punk rocker for Trump, and so I need a Trump punk rocker shirt.
I love it. How many years we got?
I was into the Ramones, and
That's right. How many years do we have of President Trump?
How many more?
How many more?
Well, at least 4, but I'm hoping the next one is Pence, and then it's Melania. I don't know.
How many years? How many years for you, sir? How many years of President Trump?
Oh, at least 4 more. Then Ivanka, hopefully.
What? We could get Donald Trump Jr. in there, then we could get Melania, we could get Ivanka, we could even get little Barron in there.
Yeah, I watch Right Side all the time online. That's why I watch the Trump rallies everywhere.
Thank you.
And I like it because you guys always turn the cameras around and show the crowd where the other networks don't.
Our favorite part here at RSBN is when President Trump calls out the fake news and says, fake news, pan the crowd, and they don't pan the crowd, but RSBN always pans the crowd because we're for the people. So thank you so much for your interview. God bless you all, Californians. We wish you the best this election year. Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, California is a conservative state, except for Los Angeles and San Francisco. The rest of the state always votes Republican.
Yeah.
And that's what's crazy. That's why they want to divide it into 2 states.
Yeah.
State of Jefferson and California.
Funny how that works out, but we'll be praying for you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the work you do.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support. We love to hear it. Let's see who else we can get an interview here. Take a look at this crowd. Take a look at this diverse crowd here. Hello, ladies. How are you doing? Would you like to give an interview with Right Side Broadcasting? Well, we are the only news network here who isn't fake news. Would you like to give us an interview? Tell us where you're from, why you're here.
Fallon, Nevada.
Nevada, and what brought you out here?
It's a chance in a lifetime to see our president. I got it. I gave up. We're trying to recall our governor, so I gave up coming to his rally in Minden so that I could collect signatures. I can't miss this one. I got it.
Did you vote for him in 2016?
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everybody, on this glorious, glorious Nevada day. Please rise for the prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for this glorious day in Northern Nevada. We ask for your hand of blessing on today's rally. Lord, make your face shine upon us and protect us. We thank you for answering our prayers and restoring the health of our President Donald J. Trump and our gracious First Lady, Melania. We pray that you continue to offer guidance and counsel to those families that have lost loved ones. We pray for the recovery for those that remain ill. Protect our health care providers and give guidance to those who continue to work hard trying to develop solutions and treatments. To those that would bring our country down, dear Lord, we ask that you help to see that our country was founded on your basic principles. Peace, love, and equality. We believe, as your son taught, that all are created equally. Let them hear your words, not those of unbridled outrage kindled by extremists and misguided members of the news media. Give our United States senators the strength and wisdom to fulfill their constitutional duty and confirm the appointment of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. We know her commitment to you and our country is unwavering. Protect our military, our first responders, dear Lord, and remember our men and women in blue. Blessed are the peacekeepers. As we near the last 2 weeks of this contentious election, please bring calm, cohesion, and tolerance to this great nation and our citizens. Hear our prayers, O Lord, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
And now, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, State Senator Ben Kiekefer.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out today. Welcome the President of the United States to Senate District 16. It's good to see you all. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, to lead us in our national anthem, Randy Thompson.
Thank you all. Wow, what a crowd. Gentlemen, take off your hats, hands over your heart, and I would like everyone to join with me in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Congressman from Nevada's 2nd Congressional District, Mark Amadei.
Hey, Nevada. This is Congressman Mark Amadei, and it's time for a rally with the President of the United States of America. No offense to Senator Kekeffer, but welcome to Nevada's original congressional district. Home of the Carson City Air Force, and soon to be the favorite stop for Donald Trump in the whole state of Nevada. Now, I know you folks haven't been, it's like, hey, we're going to have a little history lesson. Like, no, that's not why we came. But let's just kind of remind ourselves of a few things as we sit here on this day after the beginning of early voting in the Silver State. And that is this. This district in Nevada was won by Donald Trump in 2016. Thank you. Also, of Nevada's 4 congressional districts in 2016, Donald Trump won 2 of them. This one and one down in Vegas, which is where all the rest of them are. No offense, Chairman McDonald. And so as we get ready to talk about what's going on here, I know that there are a whole bunch of polls that are dead on. But let's start out with just a little bit more. Anybody in this crowd, and we'll take a minute, anybody that's ever heard the news media report a story where Donald Trump was ahead in a single poll in the last 5 years, raise your hands. The record should reflect not a single hand went up in Carson City, Nevada on this Sunday afternoon. Nice try, geniuses east of the Rockies, to suppress Republican vote, but it isn't going to work here. You know, I know there are some educators in the crowd. This is going to make you a little bit nervous, but I am a product of public education in the state of Nevada. They did the best with the tools they had to work with. But as we sit here in Carson City, in view of the Sierras, in view of Sea Hill, Virginia City's just over the hill that way, I think the last time a sitting president was in the state of Nevada was Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. You think that Donald Trump guy isn't a special guy? He may have spent a lot of time in New York, but he's a quick learner on his way here. So let's just kind of take that forward a little bit more in terms of somebody that needs to be thanked today. You know, it wasn't that long ago that the president went down to see our good folks and great friends in the next county south in Douglas County. Was at the airport there. Anybody here from Douglas County? Please remember to shop while you're here. God rest Marv Texera. Anyhow, and so here we are at the Carson Airport today. And you know what? You're in Sheriff Ken Furlong's jurisdiction today. And just a little while ago, you were in Sheriff Coverly's jurisdiction. And guess what? We support our law enforcement people in this neck of the woods. On behalf of all of those folks, to the law enforcement agencies here today from localities all around the area, the state law enforcement agencies, the federal law enforcement agencies, thank you for keeping us safe. Are there any women in attendance today? Oh yeah, I see you. Yeah, there are. Hey, well, let me just ask you this. How about that young lady from Notre Dame that's going to be the next Supreme Court justice? Wow. So thank you, Mr. President, for being completely transparent, saying, hey, if I'm elected, these are the people I'm going to pick from. Oh, look, there were the people he was going to pick from, and he picked from them. Yeah, and it's like, I didn't watch a lot of it, but what little bit I saw with Judge Barrett, basically talking with some of the geniuses on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And listen, I couldn't have done any better, but it's like, nice pick, Mr. President. Nice pick. You can complain all you want about what the calendar says, but the system works this way. The president picks. He did. The Senate gets to say yes or no. They will. And then if they say yes, that person sits on the Supreme Court for the rest of their life. It's pretty simple. Nice job there. But, and I'm not going to take much more of your time because I know you didn't come here to hear me speak. You came to hear Michael McDonald speak, right? I know. He's giving me the thing like, hey, wrap up, you're cutting into my time. But listen, I just want to point out a couple of things. And like I said, as a person on a good day of average intelligence, you sit there and you say, hey, this COVID thing, we don't think we like the response. Really? Well, you know what Ronald Reagan said, facts are stubborn things? Well, here's a stubborn thing. Of the 4 CARES bills that were passed and the president signed in late March, out of over 2,000 possible votes in Congress, you know how many no votes there were? There were 62. Now that's one of the few bipartisan things that the Congress has done in recent history. So if those of you on one side of the political let's rewrite history fence don't like the response, you got your folks to blame just as much as everybody else. But you know why you're not blaming your folks? Here's a couple other stubborn things. More money in CARES for vaccine research, $10 billion, than the rest of the planet combined. Than the rest of the planet combined. Oh, that's kind of a weak-kneed response, isn't it? Yeah, and guess what? As we sit here, over 22 million doses of vaccine are on the shelf. How could that be? They're not through the trials yet. Absolutely true. But they're this far from being to the end of it. And guess what? It's going so well with a few of them that they started the manufacturing process ahead of time. Well, why would you do that? Because the confidence level of the effectiveness of those is so high that it's like, as soon as we get the green light, we want to be ready to go. Yeah, we want to be ready to go. And you say, well, you know, how are you going to do that? Well, I mean, listen, it's not a secret. It's on the HHS website. 5 categories. The first one's frontline healthcare workers and first responders. Huh, that makes some sense. You want to talk COVID response? Let's talk about right here in Nevada. I know there haven't been any thank you letters from state officials. $14 billion for the state of Nevada that don't have to be paid back. You go, well, that's a lot of money, but how much is it? Let me tell you what the state of Nevada does in a normal month. In 2019, they spent about $1 billion a month. In 7 months, $14 billion more than the state budget does for a whole year. COVID response? Seriously. Seriously. So, as we go through the last stuff, I want to leave you with this thought. You know what? Everybody's done with their, you know, I mean, you folks are the true believers and not. Here's the deal. Turnout, 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 turnout. The way that works, not news to anybody here, the side with the most votes wins. If you win turnout, you win the election. So, as we sit here in Western Nevada, in Carson City, the Truckee Meadows, Douglas County, Churchill, Lyon, everybody in that, yeah. Hey, by the way, is there anybody here from California? I didn't think there'd be anybody from California. Who would have guessed? Let me tell you why I asked you. First of all, thank you, Ronald Reagan Californians. We'll come help you do that, but we got to get this election done first. We need 2 more weeks of your time. So, Golden State people, here's what we need from you. First of all, you've been great. You've been coming over, you know. And by the way, you're welcome to move over, but just make sure the other folks go through a little entrance exam first, okay? We're not going to dwell on that a lot. Here's what we need from you. You're here. You know where it is. You know where the people are over here. We need you to get a hold of every Nevadan you know and say, and then you'll know what to say from there. Why am I asking you to do that? Turn out, turn out, turn out, turn out. Please. I said please. So listen, you've got some good folks coming up here. The beast will be en route shortly. You know, I got to tell you, if it didn't convince him when he drove to Minden here a little while back, when he goes through today, I mean, what an awful day, huh? Hey, and by the way, Californians, thanks for keeping that smoke on your side of the state line today. Anyhow, by the time the beast goes through Washoe Valley today, he'll probably be looking for property in Nevada, and he's welcome anytime he wants. The vice president can come too, whatever, but listen, thank you all very much. This is the stuff that counts. It doesn't matter who's talking on national news. It doesn't matter who's not taking down things on Teeter Totter and Tatter and Twitter and whatever that stuff is, and Face Off or Face On or Face Tablet or Facebook. I don't know what it is. All I know is they hate my guts, and I'm okay with that. So, not because you guys need it, but because I do. Turn out! Turn out! Turn out! Thank you, Nevada and California.
And now, our former Attorney General and current co-chairman for the Nevada Trump campaign, Adam Laxalt.
All right, how we doing, Nevada? Why are we all here? We are absolutely here to welcome the President of the United States to Carson City and our great state. We're also here to save Nevada and save our great country. Right? We're here so that we are appointing people like Amy Coney Barrett on the United States Supreme Court. We're here because we choose an America where a woman can be a practicing Christian, raise 7 children, be eminently successful, arguably the most successful lawyer in America at age 48. Yes. An America that does not have religious tests. This is what made America the great nation it was. No one was asked what their religion was or lack of religion before they decided to serve their country. But we know the Democrats showed their hand. We showed what they were willing to do because, God forbid, someone was simply a practicing Christian and wanted to be on the United States Supreme Court. That is what we're here to preserve. Why else are we here? Well, we know what the Biden-Harris America will look like when it comes to law and order. I can tell you, as a former top law enforcement officer of this state, there's not much of the many, many things I'm concerned about that so concern me than what we saw in the response to the riots across America in 2020. We saw Democrat mayors, local Democrat leaders, Democrat governors in many states, including this one, that didn't stand up with moral clarity and say, you can peacefully protest during the day, but the moment you burn a business down, the moment you start a fire, the moment you shoot one of our law enforcement officers, you are going to jail for a very long time. Instead, we saw appeasement. They were so scared of their base. Yes, this is the far left's base. This is what comprises Antifa, that we know Biden famously said was just an idea. These aren't real people. Well, of course they're real people, and of course this is a real movement that believes that the police are our enemy. Does anyone here think that the police are our enemy? So we're here to stand for our law enforcement, to give them the support they need. Why else are we here? Well, we're here because we care about an America with unlimited opportunity. We're here because we believe in the American dream. We believe that it's this country and this system that our founders put in place that allowed millions of people and generations of Americans to have success, to have careers, to raise families, and have great lives. That is why we're here. We're here to preserve that. We're here to make sure that we don't have a repeat. We're here to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the Obama-Biden economy from 2008 to 2016. And for those of us here in this state, that's particularly acute because we were hit the hardest in the Great Recession. And rather than have a very strong recovery, the Obama-Biden recovery plan put more regulations, more burdens on our businesses, and crushed the hopes of small businesses and employers and employees all across this great state, produced the longest, slowest recovery since the Great Depression. So we are here because we choose what the president promised. Anybody remember what the president promised? He said we shouldn't accept less. We can accept an American economy that will lead the world again, and he delivered that. Why else are we here? We're here to preserve our constitutional system. We're here to preserve the structures that made our nation great. We know that the Democrats have pledged to pack the Supreme Court. And why have they pledged to pack the Supreme Court? Because there was a vacancy that the president lawfully appointed somebody, and the Senate is going to lawfully select and put Judge Barrett into the United States Supreme Court. They believe that gives them the chance to throw out our entire system. Well, we know what the left is capable of. We know how far they will go to gain power, to hold power, and to control all of us. We know that when they attack the president, they're not just attacking the president, they're attacking all of us. And that's why we're here. We're here to preserve that system. We believe the founders were divinely inspired and they created the greatest system the world has ever known. We're here because we love our country. We want to stand and salute the flag. We're here because we want a better America for our children and our families. We believe the left when they tell us that they want to radically transform America. We believe the left when they tell us that they think this nation is irredeemable, that they think this nation is so stained with original sin that we can never be a great nation. We believe we are already a great nation, and with President Trump, we will become an even greater nation over the next 4 years. So make no mistake about it, folks. It's all on the line, and you've heard a lot about it. This really is the race for the soul of America. And it's up to all of you to stand tall, stand proud. And we have to look around us. We have to see this. We have to see the 30,000 people in Minden, the tens of thousands of people you're seeing showing up, not just for the president. They're showing up for what I just talked about, for America, the America that we all love. Are you with me? So now's our chance to get out and vote, to make sure we give the president 4 more years. right? And I want to leave you with a visual, okay? 2016, all the polls said the president had no chance to win, right? In fact, I think one had 91% chance the president was going to win. And as those returns start coming in, the big one that came in first was the great state of Florida, right? All right, Florida's coming in. Maybe the president's got a chance. And then comes Pennsylvania. And it's like, wow, this is absolutely amazing. Ohio, North Carolina, right? Everybody remember? And all of a sudden, it dawned on everyone that this man was going to be the president of the United States. Well, visualize that for the next 16 days. And we're going to be up late, and we're going to be watching as we see Florida go for Trump, and North Carolina go for Trump, Ohio go for Trump, Pennsylvania go for Trump, and we're going to close with Nevada for Trump. 4 more years. Thank you, Nevada.
Nevada Republican Party Chairman Michael J. McDonald. Nevada Republican Party.
And I send this to the president because I want him to see how Nevada reacts. So ladies and gentlemen, say hi to the president of the United States. Now we send that so the rest of the nation knows how big our crowds are. We send that so the President of the United States knows how much Nevada loves him. As we come times for the first election, the first day of election, right? Remember the great pandemic, for Nevadans, I want to tell you, remember the great pandemic law they had to pass? The legislature went into special session and they had to pass this law to save you. To save you. You're going to sit home, you're going to mail in your ballots because you are too afraid to go out and mail or post your own ballots. You had to mail it. You guys remember that? Right. We called it a lie on the steps of the Capitol. He opened up Nevada. Then when he saw the rally cry of the Republicans and the Independents and the Libertarians, ways that wanted to vote for Trump, they said, oh my God, what have we done? Well, guess what? The governor himself yesterday, in person, walked up and cast his ballot in person. Now, why do I tell you this? How many of you are tired of being lied to? How many of you are tired of being run astray, led amok? This was a scam they passed on us, and they did it to all Nevadans. They never asked our Republican Party. They never asked any of our legislators, hey, we want to change the law. Help us change this with only 90 days to go. No, they ran right over them. They never asked our Republican Secretary of State, hey, we have something. We want you to take a look at it. They didn't. They ran over. There he is. Your president. USA. I'm pretty sure he can hear you as we spend right now, right? My point is I'm making. Ladies and gentlemen, they awoke a sleeping giant when they tried to steal your vote. We warned them, careful with the laws that you pass that affect all Nevadans when you do it for your own party. They didn't do it for every Nevadan. They did it for themselves because they knew if we stood down, they win. They know if we didn't go out and cast our ballots, they win. Governor Sisolak saw firsthand yesterday what happens when you play with a person's valuable vote. He saw the lines. He sees the crowds. If you're in a Joe Biden crowd, there'd be about 6 or 8 cars. You'd all be honking. He'd be looking over here, and everybody's over there. The difference is when I tell the president, Nevada will show up, our families will come. When I tell them that Californians will come here to make sure and watch the polls, to make sure it's done right, they show up. As we draw down, ladies and gentlemen, I promised Northern Nevada the president would be back. Who knew it would be 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Huh? There's no greater man who keeps his word to the American people than Donald J. Trump. There is no greater man that built the greatest economy the world has ever seen than Donald J. Trump. And there is no greater man that can lead us out of the darkness of this pandemic than Donald J. Trump. You have to vote. These rallies, these peaceful protests, as I call them, all are great. We set our mark and we show the president we're behind him, but you have to hit those ballot boxes. You got to bring your friends. You got to bring your neighbor, the store clerk, whoever you interact with. You make sure they vote. You pester them until they go out and vote for Donald J. Trump and our Republican ticket. So we will send the word that Nevada is Trump country. Set your mark, Nevada. And when the president comes here, show him all the love he has shown to Nevada. God bless you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with you after hearing from a couple of guest speakers as well as the national anthem, which we all sang along to. We did the prayer. We did the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to thank everybody for tuning in with us today on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live here on the scene in Carson City, Nevada. This beautiful backdrop of the mountains, the great American flag, and a big jam-packed crowd full of enthusiastic, energetic patriots excited to see President Trump. You know, he did point up and say that President Trump was flying by, so we did get a glimpse of what we believe was Air Force One. Of course, there's no way to confirm it, but I'd like to think that the airspace is clear for the president, so that probably was him. Now, all of you tuning in, if this is your first time, please give this stream a thumbs up. Give it a like. We've got a very large audience right now. 71,000 people watching us live. So for all the people watching, give us a thumbs up. If you care about this country, if you care about the United States of America, if you want to see President Trump reelected in 16 days, then you simply need to support independent media that tells the truth. Independent media that shows you the crowd, interviews the crowd, shows you the uninterrupted speech of President Trump. More people need to see that. If you think it's important that more people see that and you want to win this election while also supporting a Made in America media company, we're the only ones up here that wear MAGA hats. We're the only ones up here that gets the crowd engaged. Support us. Subscribe to RSBN right now. Do it. Hit the bell notification so you'll get notified at every single one of President Trump's rallies when they go live. Tomorrow we're in Prescott, Arizona, as well as what's the other one? Tucson, Arizona. And then on Tuesday, we're going to Erie, Pennsylvania. And after that, there's a couple more. It slips my mind right now, but we've got event after event coming up, and we need you guys to support us. We need to win this fight. We can only win it if we come together and if we support each other. So please give this stream a thumbs up, subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Also, if you want to support us, because we are almost entirely viewer funded, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. The second way you can donate is via Super Chat. In this chat, the bottom right corner, you'll see a little $sign. If you click on that, you can give us any amount of money that you wish. Just be advised, YouTube takes 30% of it. The third way, if you don't want to donate electronically, you can mail a check to our physical address. Our physical address is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And lastly, I want to tell you about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't and won't protect you and your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have the time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive and hard to come by. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practicing. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. Again, targetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10. Now I'm going to bring our newest correspondent, Lilith, here on camera. She is just a rock star. This is only her second rally. Can you guys believe that? And she's just like taking over. She's just running the show. Lilith, how are you able to do this? You're a natural.
I'm trying to be like President Trump. I mean, he's able to do all of this off of what, like 3-4 hours of sleep? He's rally after rally after rally. The least we can do is show our support for President Trump. And your support is out of this world. Thank you all so much for your in-person donations, for your super chats. I would like to give some of you a shout out for the super chats that we have received. Happy Munchkin, thank you so much for your super chat. Jean Nelson, thank you so much. Shraggy Stern, you are so amazing like never before. You are all amazing like never before because we are able to be here because you are here with us. So thank you so much, Shraggy or Shraggy. Let's see, Michael, welcome to Trump Club member. Absolutely. Thank you to Randy Davis. We love Trump for more years. Monica Morris, thank you so much for your super chat. Charlene Sampson, thank you so much. Ethan Tweedy, we love you, RSBN, go Trump. Thank you for covering the rallies. This is our pleasure. Honestly, we are doing this, but we could do this all day, every day for, what do you want to say, 12, maybe 12 more years?
12 more years, at minimum.
At minimum, 12 more years. Because after President Trump, we can get Ivanka, we can get Melania, we
Don
can
Jr.
get Don Jr. What about Little Baron?
Little Baron?
Little Baron.
Little Baron? I don't know if we call him little. I don't know if that's factual.
He's gotten pretty tall, actually. Yeah. Tall Baron.
It's a matter of time before Baron's out there mansplaining, you know?
Thank you, Anthony, so much for your super chat. God put Trump here at the perfect time for a divine purpose. God bless Trump. God bless America. Thank you so much. God bless RSBN. Thank you so much. Thank you, Karen, for your super chat. Hot Tar, Linda Thompson, we see you all. Thank you. Arjon, Gail Powers, you guys are coming in hot. We really appreciate it. Now, as mentioned before, this is only my second Trump rally. I keep telling you this because I want you to kind of get my first impressions, my second impressions from these rallies. We were at Ocala, Florida on Friday. Don't get me wrong, it was hype, was it not?
I mean, that's my home state. I mean, Central Florida, that's my stomping grounds, that's my backyard. But I get where you're about to go with this.
But this is something else, right?
This is lit. I'm gonna say that. This is lit. It's lit out here. And we don't have to deal with the humidity. So it's a perfect day. It's about 75 degrees. There's not a cloud in the sky. Look at the beautiful backdrop. Look at the mountains over there. The great American flag, there's a nice breeze.
And what's more beautiful too is in 2016, 47% of Nevada Americans voted for Hillary and only 45 for Trump. That was such a slim election for Nevada. I don't know. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but this year might look a little bit different election-wise because Nevada is hot, hot, hot.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Lilith. Lilith's killing it over here. Now, let's talk a little bit about with Nevada. I almost said Aladdin. Let's talk about Aladdin here. No, let's talk about Nevada. I want to read something to you guys that came officially from the Trump campaign regarding the state of Nevada. As President Trump peacefully protests with supporters in Carson City, the evidence shows his whole of government response to the coronavirus helped Nevada families and workers. President Trump fought to give the people of Nevada the resources and help they need to combat the coronavirus. President Trump's Paycheck Protection Program protected 500,000 Nevada jobs by providing more than $4.2 billion worth of loans to over 45,000 Nevada businesses.
What more could you ask for?
Nearly 1.6 million Nevadans receive economic impact payments totaling over $2.6 billion in relief.
Keep them coming, Mike. Keep them
The
coming.
CARES Act is providing up to $1.25 billion worth of aid to the state and over $241 million in relief to 2,581 healthcare providers in the state. Nevada businesses are poised for a historic comeback thanks to President Trump's economic leadership. President Trump's pro-growth policies, tax cuts, deregulation built a stronger economy for Nevada workers and businesses. In the last 4 months, Nevada added 150,800 jobs back following the economy's artificial interruption from the China virus. Nevada added more than 104,500 jobs, new jobs, in the first 3 years of President Trump's administration.
Nevada is on fire.
On fire, including 14,300 new manufacturing jobs. Before China unleashes coronavirus havoc on the world, Nevada's unemployment rate had fallen to just 3.6%. The state's average unemployment rate during the Biden-Obama administration was 9.8%. President Trump's historic tax cuts and Jobs Act is projected to add over 11,000 new Nevada jobs over the next decade. The law also designated 61 Nevada communities as opportunity zones, which will drive new private investment into distressed and predominantly minority communities. President Trump kept his promise to negotiate America First trade deals, providing a massive boost to Nevada's economy.
Sounds like...
What's that?
It sounds like he's doing an incredible job.
It's almost like he's doing what he was elected to do here.
It's almost like he's doing what the president's supposed to do.
Exactly. The president's United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, aka USMCA, trade deal will boost Nevada's economy and create new jobs in the state, which exports more than $1.8 billion annually in goods to Canada and Mexico. Trade with Canada and Mexico supports more than 107,000 jobs in Nevada, including 1,500 manufacturing jobs. President Trump is defending Nevada farmers and agriculture products from China by providing more than 4.2 million in direct USDA payments to the Nevada farmers. But Joe Biden's radical far-left agenda, I cannot talk today.
No, you can't.
Joe Biden's radical far-left agenda will decimate Nevada workers and families. The terrible trade deals that Biden supported during his 44 years as a career politician in Washington killed Nevada jobs. Nevada lost 3,700 jobs due to higher trade deficits with Mexico under NAFTA, which was terrible. NAFTA sucked. Biden supported that. Biden voted to normalize trade relations with China, which killed 15,900 Nevada jobs due to higher trade deficits. Biden's radical energy policies and promise to end fossil fuel would devastate Nevada workers and businesses.
You know what it's come down to, Mike? I hate to cut you off because I wish you could see this list. This list is going...
It's never ending.
It's never ending.
We'll just end
list.
it there because it's just so long.
List, right? But I just want to say that... I guess
I'm going to join you
you're
guys
gonna
now,
join
right?
us. There's three of us. Three peas in a pod,
There you
right?
go.
Tres amigos.
Tres amigos. No, I forgot what I was going to say. You were talking about Nevada and Biden. So I just want to ask you, is it true, right, this election is really about China or America?
I think it's just about removing Donald Trump from office. That's the left's agenda from day one, has been to remove this man from office. Now, for us as conservatives, it's to pro-America. It's to get us back on track. It's to fight China. It's to eliminate this virus.
China.
And in terms of voting for
this is not the Chinese people we're talking about. Chinese people are good people.
Mm-hmm.
This is the government that they have. This is not the people. There's a clear distinction between that. This is the government.
If anybody is still kind of independent, or you don't really know like where you're swaying, who you're swaying to, 2020 election year has come down to this: do you want China or do you want America? I'm just saying. Do you want China? Do you want Biden China, or do you want Trump America? That is what you have got to keep in your mind this election year. That's what it's come down to. Honestly, this list keeps going and keep going and keep going. I mean, the astounding effort of our president is recognized by all groups of people. This is one of the most diverse groups I've ever been immersed in. I mean, we have seen blacks for Trump, Hispanics for Trump, immigrants for Trump, Amish. LGBT for Trump, Amish for Trump. Y'all, literally Amish for Trump. I saw that for the first time today. Latino for Trump, Armenians for Trump. Guys, it's real out here.
Vietnamese, Filipino, Hmong. I've seen them all. Nigerians.
But according to fake news, we're all white supremacists.
We are all white supremacists out here.
Just to get that clear out there, we are white supremacists. Mike, you're a white supremacist. You ain't black. I mean, come on now. You're letting us down.
Now, let me ask you a question. When Biden said that, how did you take that when you heard that soundbite?
Well, I mean, it's par for the course with the Democrat Party. I mean, it's very bold and arrogant because they have the black community set on default to vote for the Democrats. They want us to pledge our allegiance to the Democrat Party. They want us to accept the state as our Lord and Savior. We worship God, not government. Government is not the solution. Government is the problem. Nobody knows it better than black Americans. If you want to see how socialism will look in the United States, look no further than black cities. Look no further than Detroit. Detroit came the closest to actually implementing socialism. And look at it. It's urban decay and rot poverty, crime, homelessness, drugs, failing infrastructure, dilapidated housing. I could go on and on and on. The Democrats are a total failure, a total disgrace. They've always been on the wrong side of history. I have so many leftist friends that carry the water for the Democrats. They refuse to criticize them. They're in their minds, it's all Trump. Trump lives in their head rent-free. They think about Trump all the time, around the clock. They spend more time hating Trump than they do supporting whoever they would rather see.
If you go to ask somebody, hey, why are you voting for Biden? The first thing they say is Trump. Wait. Forget about Trump. I mean, as hard as it is to get him out of our minds because he's just that flawless, why are you voting for Biden? Well, because Trump, no. Take him out of the equation. What is it about Biden? What is it about himself, his personality, his policies, his affairs, his politics? What is it about Biden? It's always about Trump.
And that's why I think this election, from their standpoint, is just to remove him from office. They don't care who goes in. And actually, let's just be quite honest here. If Biden was to win this election, I guarantee you within that first year, Harris slides into there. That 25th Amendment they brought up last week, that wasn't for Trump. That's for Biden. So if they win, and
Harris,
they think they're going to win, and that's the way to get him out and get her in. And that's when the squad, which we've all been watching, squad takes over from there.
Exactly. This isn't about Biden. I honestly, this is not about Biden. The man has been in office for, according to him, 147 years. Is that what he said? 147 years?
Yeah.
Come on now. Come on now, Joe Biden. Come on.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Look, Fat, here's the deal. Look, Fat, here's the deal.
You lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Look at the corn pop.
My hairy legs, the kids, and they run the hair with my leg, and I love kids jumping on my lap. This is who people are going to vote for. And I love the overwhelming amount of mental gymnastics all my friends on the left are doing to convince themselves. They're like that meme of the dog with the burning room. They're like, this is fine. Yes. As Hunter Biden might have kitty porn on his computer. Yes. We don't know yet, but it doesn't look good for Sleepy Joe. But that's why I say it's so easy to call out the fakeness. Don't talk to me about racism. Don't talk to me about corruption. Don't talk to me about incoherence and incompetence, about Trump or anything, unless you're going to acknowledge the person that you're going to punch the ballot box for, Joe Biden. If you can't talk about that, don't talk to me about any of it, because it means you're fake. Keep the same energy. If you can't talk about all of it, don't talk about any of it. I'm shutting it down. I don't want to have any conversations about racism. I don't want to talk about sexism. I don't want to talk about none of the isms unless you can acknowledge where it started and where it's pervasive. The Democrat Party. You got the rapper Diddy. Did you guys hear about this? He wants to have his little breakaway party talking about our black party, our black political party. Can you imagine we're going to have a white political party? The double standards are mind-numbing. The mind-numbing double standards from the left. They have
racist.
He wants so left.
P. Diddy should stand for psychotic Diddy, because he is falling into the victimhood mentality. The minute he found out that black Americans got together with President Trump to work on the platinum deal, his head started to explode. His brain started oozing out of his ears because what? No, we don't do that. No, we ask people to help us, and everybody needs to stop what they're doing, and we don't want to put effort into making our communities better. No, you have to do that for us. So the minute he found out that black Americans are working with our president to make a change and to create better jobs and economy and education for black Americans, he got defensive. This man's real life got defensive. He wants black Americans. He wants black Americans to be victims again. But Ice Cube, now he's a man for that.
Oh my goodness, the irony that Ice Cube actually cares about black people. The fact that he would even consider working with both parties, and he doesn't care. He wants results. He's results driven. And what do? They rake him over the coals. Wow. He gets called an Uncle Tom, which the definition for Uncle Tom is successful, intelligent black person, but we'll keep it moving. They call him an Uncle Tom, a sellout, a coon. They call him all these disparaging names, and not once did they say, well, why haven't the Democrats proposed their version of a platinum plan? You cannot make this stuff up. So many people are brainwashed to carry water for the donkey party, and I'm going to call them out and expose it. I will go up to one of these mountaintops and shout it. The Democrat Party is garbage, and people are walking away from it. You can deny it all you want. You can play mental gymnastics. No, oh, it's Trump. It's this, it's that. Whatever. Show me proof. Show me evidence of people leaving this Republican Party going to the Democrat Party. Really, it's not even about the two-party system. People are breaking free from those brain chains that have been enslaved. They've been enslaved for so long. And with Diddy, with this party, he's like, we need our own black party. Well, a lot of people that are on the board of his little political party are just Democrats. So basically, you just want to put horrible policy in blackface. That's what it is. Let's call it what it is. Let's be real about it. P. Diddy wants an all-black Democrat party. There's nothing unique. There's nothing nuanced. There's no diversity there's no intellectual diversity. It's just, we need an all-black Democrat party. And the first thing he did when he launched this new political party, endorsed Joe Biden. You cannot make this stuff up. These people are categorically insane. Delusional. It just makes no sense. What are your thoughts, Brian?
Well, I'm thinking, I could imagine being a campaign advisor for the Biden-Harris ticket. I mean, where's your message? We hate Trump, and so do you. So join us. There's no agenda. There's no plan. There's no economic plan. There's a health care plan. It's health care for all. I don't know how they're going to pay for it with the Obamacare. Look, it's broken. Donald Trump has the best plan to get America back on track and to get it greater than before. And there's no better time than now to do it. So I've said this before. Please do not look at the polls. If you remember back in 2016, I remember sitting back watching the election and them holding out for the next state to release the results, and we're just too close to call. We just can't call it yet. And then each state would be a landslide for Trump. Yeah. Don't believe the polls. Matter of fact, turn the TV off and don't believe the polls and just go out and vote. I'm telling you right now, I have friends across this country in every walk of life, and they'll tell you, when's the last time you even saw a Biden-Harris yard sign? We saw one in a car here today.
No, we did.
I have gone to some of the most bluest cities in this country, and I do not see the enthusiasm for this ticket. I'm telling you, it's an anti-Trump ticket. So don't look at the polls, go straight forward.
Right. I just want to add something else too. I mentioned this on Friday. For those of you that weren't tuning with us on Friday, I just want to reiterate this. I'm also a public school educator. I know, I'm a conservative. I know. And I'm a public school.
We might have a speaker.
We might have a speaker coming up.
I don't think
we
so.
might? No, maybe not. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm a public school educator, and in 2016 I did not vote. In 2012 I voted for Obama. The media told me to, so I said, okay, I'll do it.
Hope and change, right? So
right.
Hope and change. You
Right. 2016 comes around. I don't vote because I wasn't going to vote for crooked Hillary, and the media lied about Trump. Long story short, here I am 2 years ago. I got red-pilled. I'm awake. I did my own research. But I want to talk about public schools. I want to tell you about the indoctrination. Okay. It's real out here, fans. It is real out here. What they're pushing down the throats of our vulnerable population. That's what they do. They target the most vulnerable population. They target the children. They tell the children, police officers are murderers. Police officers are trying to hunt down people that look like you. And America sucks. And America was founded on slavery and yada, yada, yada. And that's how they are able to get Antifa. That's how they're able to get BLM. That's how they're able to get all of these radical organizations, because they are pandering to these kids who can't really think for themselves. A lot of them do, but for kids in general, you're very vulnerable at that age. President Trump is the first president to advocate for school choice. That's right. He cares about the parents, he cares about the teachers. Most importantly, he cares about the students. Now, Mike, do you remember when you were in school? Were you indoctrinated when you were in school? Do you remember?
So it's funny you say that, because when I was in school, do you know what I remember? I remember a big American flag in the classroom. I remember the Pledge of Allegiance. And I remember we said one nation under God. I remember all those things. I don't know how I dodged the bullet of indoctrination. I mean, just call me Matrix Mike, I guess. I'm just dodging bullets. I don't know, because I went to college too.
Parents, right?
I had great parents.
There you go.
Yep.
And that's the key.
Yep. And that's what happened is with the left, It's no longer just the Democrat Party. They've been hijacked, co-opted by Marxists and totalitarians. And that's why they've removed God from our institutions. You notice school shootings happen after we took God out of schools. I'm not saying correlation equals causation. I'm just saying that's what happened. There's also so many other things. They've attacked every institutional pillar that makes American society whole. These people are wicked. It's absolutely wicked for you to promote the indoctrination of children. They swung the Overton window so far left. Oh no, you can pick your gender. Let's teach kids sex positions. Weird, creepy, satanic, dark stuff. We're calling it out. We're exposing it. There's so much violence in our society. There's so much hate. We need love. Love is the most powerful vibrational frequency in the entire universe, in the entire world. Love always wins. The truth wins. The light wins. But the left has waged war on it. War on truth. War on freedom. War on your health. They promote all these pills. They promote an unhealthy diet. Here's an idea. How do you explain this, okay? The Democrat governor of the state of Nevada says when you're inside of these casinos, you need to have a mask on, even if you're drinking water. Take the mask off, take a sip of your water, and put the mask back on. That same governor is okay with people smoking cigars and cigarettes inside. You can't make this stuff up. Don't talk to me about health. They don't care about your health. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about your freedom, which you were born with. Freedom is your birthright. They've swung the Overton window so far left. They want open borders. They want to defund the police. They don't care about law and order. They don't care about the family unit, which is the biggest, most important building block in life. It's not just in the human world, the animal kingdom. The animal kingdom. If you don't work, you don't eat. There's no such thing as some kind of government infrastructure that's going to save an animal. Same thing with humans. It's our instinct to survive, to provide for ourselves, to be independent and self-reliant. We have fingers, we have eyes and ears for a reason, so that we can take care of ourselves. But the Democrats are pushing this idea that government is God. Worship the shrine of government. And we're sick and tired of it. So Joe Biden is nothing but a puppet for these Marxists, these totalitarians. And you know it's totalitarianism because one of the first things they do, and I know you can chime in with what's happened in Armenia, having been a Soviet country in the past, what's the first thing they do in totalitarian regimes? They start attacking religious liberties. They don't want you gathering in churches. Again, you can go to all these Democrat states, they're locked down. They don't want you going to church, but if you hate the country, you can gather up, you can burn buildings, you can loot, you can do all these crazy things, but they don't want you worshiping God. They don't want you seeing anything higher than the state. The state is the highest entity to them. And that's why they're able to do what they do, because they don't want you worshiping God. You see it in China. They persecute Christians. They lock up Muslims. They do a lot of things because they want to remarket, repackage. They're like, you can support God, but it's going to be a Chinese communist version where we can monitor it. We need oversight over your Christianity because God forbid you start thinking of yourself as an individual with liberties. You start thinking of yourself as a sovereign individual. You'll start to push back against the state. And there's no bigger threat to the power structure than a sovereign, free-thinking, independent person.
And that's why they want the churches closed. And you said that to your point. And, you know, in California, there's pastors that have $250,000 plus fines for opening up their church. The church and Dr. Greg Locke, he has a church in Thousand Oaks. They've been open, but he keeps getting fines. But that's what you got to do. So I encourage everybody, if your church is not open, beg your pastor to please open this church. The time to have a wokeness on the church, now is not the time for the wokeness in the church. And that's a whole nother broadcast we can have. But I think as evangelical Christians, you have got to get out and make a statement, because this country literally is on the verge of going one direction or the other. And we can all, as you know, we all as proud Americans definitely want to go in the right direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well stated, man. Like, Joe Biden is a weak sellout puppet for far left ideology. AOC is the puppet master. He is basically a ventriloquist dummy at this point. He says what they tell him to say. Same with Kamala Harris. She's a sneak. She's a sneak. If she gets power, oh my goodness, watch out.
Real quick, let me talk about the pro-life movement. I was at a convention not too long ago, and Charlie Kirk talked about this, that Donald Trump is the first president since, I want to say Reagan, that has actually come out and say the March for Life and pro-life. Every other president has kind of started around it, and that is both the Bushes, that is Obama, that is Clinton, that is everyone that precedes Trump. He is the most pro-life president that we've ever had. And so if that is a big hot point for you, and you're a big pro-life advocate, then there's absolutely if there's no other issue on the table right now, you vote for Trump just because he's pro-life.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Now, guys, we are just about 15 minutes away from President Trump arriving in Carson.
He's flying in anytime soon.
Anytime he's going to be flying in. We're a few minutes away from President Trump's arrival in Carson City, Nevada. I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in and supporting us here, independent media, Right Side Broadcasting. If you care about this country, if you want to see this country prosper, if you want your grandchildren's to enjoy at least as much freedom as you enjoy today, if not more, then you need to support independent media that's getting the truth out there as we show the crowd, we interview people, we show President Trump's speech in its entirety, start to finish, no interruptions, no bias, no spin, none of that. We show the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem. You get the full-blown experiences if you're here with us. We are almost entirely viewer-supported, viewer-funded. Please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate to support our work. Send us to these next rallies. President Trump is on a campaign rally blitz. Tomorrow he's going to be in Prescott and Tucson, Arizona. And then on Tuesday he's going to be in Erie, Pennsylvania. Then he's going to North Carolina. Then he might go to Florida next. He's going all over the country because we have 16 days to re-elect this president. 16 days. So if you care about the truth, if you care about winning, if you really want to see this country prosper into the future and make it the beacon of hope that it has been for decades, where people went across oceans to come here, then you need to support independent media. It's expensive to pay for flights, hotels, rental cars, all the things. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. There's another way you can support us. You can support us via Super Chat. I'm about to read the Super Chat donations. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can do it via Super Chat, or you can send a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I am your host, Mike Magnificent. I have a YouTube channel. If you want to hear my commentary, I go on rants from time to time. I got some spicy opinions. I have some takes. Search Mike Magnificent on YouTube. Find me on Twitter, MikeNificent813. I'm on all social media. Every time I plug my Parler, I get 100 followers. Yes, I'm on Parler. Find me on Parler. Find me on BitChute. Find me on, where am I at? Instagram. Just search Mike Magnificent, MikeNificent813. I'm everywhere on social media. You can just Google me. I should pop right up. And Lilith, go ahead and plug your social media.
This is how magnificent this man is, because he is everywhere. And I'm telling you, when we pop up, you are so recognizable. This man has so many fans, seriously. It must be, I don't know, maybe it's the hat? I don't know.
I think it's probably the hat. People love this hat. I've got 3 hats, red, white, and blue. And the white one, it pops in the sun.
Yeah, it does. They love it. I just want to read just a few of our super chats for you, and then I want to talk about cancel culture. Shoot! All right, here we go. Some super chats. Armen Zeytutian, peace for Armenia. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you for your prayers for Armenia. We definitely need that at that time. Christina, thank you so much for your super chat. Jerry Hull says 4 more years. MAGA, Biden's going down. Thank you, Jerry. And yeah, I think he's going down too. Let's see, we have got some super chats from Chad. Chad, thank you so much for your super chat. Lolo Patriot, thank you for your super chat. We appreciate it. RSB Hart, thank you so much for your super chat as well. Richard Brown, wow, they are popping. Daniel, just helping with independent media. God bless you, MAGA. You guys rock. You guys make MAGA country. LJ UBO. I'm not sure how that's pronounced, but Californians for Trump 2020. That melts my heart. Y'all, we see you, Californians. We hear you. We pray for you. And I gotta tell you, there's so many Californians here. It gives me hope. It gives me true hope. Mike asked me a question I forgot to answer. My social media, I'm actually Teachers for Trump on Instagram. Teachers_for_Trump. and follow me on there. I like to share what's going on in our public school system because no one else will. So follow me there, and let's talk about cancel culture. I mean, are we ready for this? Let's talk about cancel. Come on in. Let's talk about cancel culture. The cancel culture is so real that there was a teacher at the end of last year, Michigan public school teacher, who was fired for tweeting, "Donald Trump is our president."
Yeah, and well, that's where we're at here in society. I used to be in the mainstream media. Back in 2016, I put up a tweet that said hashtag unconstitutional. It was something that in the Obama administration that he did. I was immediately told to take that down, that we did not criticize the president. Now fast forward into today's media culture, and it's a fact.
It's a fact. Donald Trump is our president. He has been.
Yeah, he has been our president. And now it seems like you don't fit into the media unless you hate Donald Trump. And it seems like every show, they may show you a crowd shot, they may show you a couple of protesters, even though I don't really see that today. But you've just got to be very careful where you get your information from, because it's all skewed. And as far as Hollywood is concerned, we have seen so many people in Hollywood walk away from the narrative of the liberal agenda. And the ones that do walk away, that maybe have financial gains to them, like the Mel Gibson, some others, they have the money to go do projects on their own.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the cancel culture has gotten to the point now where I don't think it's even working anymore. I mean, they're canceling people left and right. Here's my message for you. You can't finish us. You can cancel us, but I'm still voting for Trump. You can try to get rid of us. You can key our cars. You can take our yard signs down. You can try to silence us. You can try to counter-protest us. You can do anything you want. You're creating more Trump supporters, so thank you so much.
Well, even with corporate America, you'll see businesses come out and support Trump, and all of a sudden you see the radical left want to cancel their company, cancel their product, and then the exact opposite actually happens. We'll give Chick-fil-A as a great example. Years ago, they made a stance on marriage, and of course, the left went crazy because they didn't acknowledge their viewpoint. Well, there was a big ban for Chick-fil-A, and of course, when you ban something, the right and conservatives always rise up and support those brands, and we've seen that with Goija, the latest food company. That guy had record profits this last quarter, thanks to the radical left who wanted to. Yeah.
And anytime somebody gets canceled, I mean, this happened in your case, we are actually able to help that person with their canceled experience. So when people get canceled, I mean, that spreads like wildfire. There are GoFundMes that start popping up. People are like, hey, hit me up. I work at this place. I can get you a job here. Or, oh, that school canceled you. You can come work at my school. So our message to people who are in the cancel culture situation, who are trying to cancel others, you're only creating more Trump supporters. And those that have been affected by cancel culture, don't let it stop you. Because you know what, honey, at the end of the day, we're still voting for Trump. At the end of the day, we still love America. At the end of the day, we still love our law enforcement officers. So it doesn't matter what you do. You can't break us. You can't stop us. We are unstoppable like President Trump.
Yeah, and we got the music pumping here. It's almost like a dance party if you've never been to a Trump rally. It is pretty much like a party with a political vision. The vision is America. The vision is to make America great again and keep it great again. That's what we're doing here. How many people would you say is here right now, if you just would to eyeball that?
I don't know. I really don't know. It's a lot more than we think because of the overflow in the back.
Yeah, it's a lot more. There's obviously people behind us that you may not be able to see right now. This, of course, with COVID, pushing it to regional airports, it's actually nice. Every rally I've been, you've been enclosed into a gigantic arena. This actually is nice. The beautiful weather, the sun's out, the wind's blowing, and we cannot wait for President Trump to come in. The runway is right behind us, and hopefully we'll get a picture of that. We've got some helicopters flying around right now, which I can only imagine might be a security force as well. Hey, we want to know where you're watching us from, so always comment down below, tag your city, tag a friend, and say, hey, I just came across this Right Side Broadcasting, and you should check them out. It's a great and I'm very thankful for being here. Joe and the whole team here have brought me on, and I could not be. This is probably, I've done a lot of cool stuff in my career. I've been in television since 1989, right? I have done, this might be the coolest thing that I've ever done. So I think I'm obviously in my element. I had somebody hit me up on Instagram, which, by the way, I am Brian Glenn TV on all fronts on social media. Brian Glenn TV, that's two N's in Glenn on TV. Find me, I'll follow you back. But I've had friends message me and say, wow, if there was ever an element that you're in, it's now. A Trump rally. It's 2020. We got 16 days left. You are the final jury in all of this, the viewers, the voters. Go to the booth, vote for Donald Trump on November 3rd.
And also let us know in the comments too, have you been to a Trump rally before? Have you attended a President Trump rally before? Let us know in the comment section where that rally was, when it took place. Let us know about your experience, because we do read the comments. We do get a kick out of your experience. We love to gauge our audience so that we can bring you fresh material and give you all shout outs. And just let us know, are you coming to a rally in the next, what do we have, 2 weeks left to save this country? Let us know, is this gonna be your first rally? Have you ever been to a rally? Like I said, this is my second rally ever. I was at Ocala, Florida on Friday. It's insane, it's insane.
Yeah, first rally I was at was years ago in Dallas at the American Airlines Center. I call Dallas home right now. And it was incredible. An arena full of people. And then I went to Tulsa after that just a couple months ago. And so this, I like the vibe of this one because it's outside and it just seems like it's more of a party. I don't know. I'm a little biased when it comes to the music and being outside. But like she said, we want to know where you're watching us from. It's very important that you tag a friend. We get more followers because we are viewer supported. We do not have these big corporate sponsors. We have, iTarget is a great partner for today's broadcast, but we need you, the person sitting at home right now in your backyard, on your couch, maybe by the pool right now. You know what? You can simply go online and donate, and your donate, no matter how big or small, makes a huge difference at the end of the day. It allows us to keep going on these tours and keep bringing you the coverage that we think you deserve to see. And as we got 16 days left. I heard at one point that Trump was going to do, perhaps the final week, was going to do up to five rallies a day.
Do you think?
I don't have the energy. I'm 51, and I don't have the energy for 2 rallies a day.
Not at all. This man is unstoppable. Literally, he sleeps like 3-4 hours a day.
He does.
But what do you think? Do you think we're going to have an in-person presidential debate this coming week?
I don't think we're going to have it. I really don't. I think Trump was very, very wise to quickly denounce the virtual. I don't want a Zoom link. I take you and your Zoom link and y'all go on down the road. I want an in-person debate. I don't think we're going to have that, though. And even to be honest with you, I don't think we need it. It's events like this is what gets voters.
You're not going to run this country virtually, Joe Biden, so get out of your bunker, get out of bed, and come have a real in-person debate with President Trump. You will be intimidated, you will be unprepared, but you got to do the right thing, because that shows a message to the American people that he can't even have a debate in person. How are you going to run the country?
Can we talk about Mike Pence real quick?
For sure. Let's see if there's a speaker coming up. All right, go for it.
Let's talk about Mike Pence real quick. The vice president debate was off the hook. I mean to tell you, going into it, I wasn't quite sure. Now I know Mike, our vice president, is a very sharp debater. He's a very smart gentleman. He had his own. He used to be in radio, so I know that he can film. He's a well-spoken gentleman, but the way he handled himself just came over brilliantly, and the way Kamala came across. Oh, I'll let you speak about that.
Kamala Harris is a reason why so many people, I don't know how to say this, it's people like Kamala Harris that a lot of people don't trust women in politics.
I'm so glad that you said that. I wasn't going to
because if we're going to do the whole as a so-and-so in America, as a woman in America, Kamala Harris, it poorly represents women. Seriously.
Yeah.
All she could do was, I'm talking. Okay? I'm talking, okay? Meanwhile, VP Mike Pence is shutting her down, calling her out for her own hypocrisy. I'm speaking, okay? Ha ha ha. And the laugh and the smile, it's so It's so sick. It's so uncomfortable. Such a turnoff. It's so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's all she could do. She doesn't represent women. I don't know why women are rooting for her just because she's a woman. Oh, give me a break. She's so disrespectful.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of women saw that, and I think a lot of people, let's be honest, people that were independents, they saw the way Mike Pence conducted himself, and they saw the way Harris conducted herself.
Right.
They're good. That probably got Trump a lot of voters on that debate.
Just that interaction, that human interaction. And I don't know if you noticed, but when they first came onto the podium for the debate, Kamala Harris wouldn't even look at Vice President Mike Pence.
Yeah.
She wouldn't look at him.
Well, if you notice, Biden rarely looked at Trump during the debate, but Trump would stare down Biden the entire time. But you know what that's a sign of? That's a sign of confidence. That's a sign of leadership. That's a sign of being authoritative in what you're doing. Respectful. But there's a lot of rumors that Biden had an earpiece. I even saw a thing on Google having these smart contact lenses that you can put in. That's a computer. I'm serious, but
nothing surprises us anymore.
You know what? Nothing. Now that we know that Silicon Valley's totally in the pocket of Joe Biden, it wouldn't surprise me if he was hooked up with the latest devices.
Yeah, nothing surprises anymore. But seriously, Kamala Harris, that's her only. How do we? I'm gonna ask you, okay? How does it make you feel when she's asked a question that I think were picked out and that she knew what those questions were? That's just what I'm saying. Let us know in the comments if you think those comments were picked out ahead of time for her. How did you feel when she was asked a question and she dodged them?
Oh, obviously I think she knew ahead of time the agenda, right? And she is not going to answer. Matter of fact, they pressed her several times to answer the question, and she quite honestly did not. She actually diverted and went on to another topic. That's one of the ways they get around from actually answering the question. The thing that people like about Donald Trump is he is a straight shooter. He shoots straight from the hip. He may not be the best bedside manner of anybody that we know, but he's going to tell it like it is. If you're on your deathbed, he's going to come to you and say, you know what? You're overweight. Stop smoking. Stop drinking. Eat. Have a better diet, or you're going to die. And he's going to walk out of the room, and you're going to go, wait a minute. I'm not going to tell you all the stuff that I think you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. And that's exactly what he has done to America. He has told America, this is what I'm going to do, and he did it. So back to your question, she dodged every question like I knew she would dodge it. They're not going to answer the question. You're going to pack in the court. You're going to pack the court. Oh, I'm not going to answer that question.
I'm not going to answer that. Not until after the election. So how are you supposed to know who to vote for, and get a gauge for what this country is going to look like if you can't tell us what it's going to look like? Seriously. I want to give a shout out. There's a super chat that came in.
Shout out.
Yeah, there was a super chat that came in. I want to give a special shout out to this individual here. Oh man, they are flying. I'm trying to keep up here. Kaftron, I see what y'all are doing and appreciate it lots. Also, spreading your links and message. Keep doing what you do. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much. Brandon, thank you so much for your super chat.
Midland, Texas.
Amish Mafia, Midland, Texas. Love Trump. We are pumping oil. Thank you so much.
Yeah, remember you said about fracking now.
Yeah.
Remember the fracking question.
Now, there's one over here. Dr. Dixon, thank you so much for your super chat. Jeffrey Deloach, thank you so much. Thank you for all you guys do from Alabama. Wow, we've got viewers from all over the place. There was one I really wanted to find here. She talked about how she and her and her husband, I believe, are registered Democrats who will be voting for Trump for the very first time. I mean, seriously, how many stories like that have we heard? No kidding. The interviews that we've had just from this rally today, just having intimate conversations with people off camera, they said, yeah, I'm a walk away. I've been a lifelong registered Democrat. And for a lot of people, the COVID shutdown helped to wake them up and see for themselves the tyranny and the absolute, I don't know, how can we describe the shutdown? Seriously, because so many people woke up during that time.
Yeah.
If I hadn't woken up on my own accord 2 years ago, I think the COVID shutdown would have definitely woken me up, would have opened my eyes.
I remember it went from, 2 weeks, flatten the curve, flatten the curve, flatten the curve. And then all of a sudden it went, well, we got to find a vaccine, find a vaccine. I think this has woken America up to the control that the government has. And of course, COVID's a very dangerous, look, we know if it strikes the wrong people, the wrong time, it can be deadly. We all know that. We're not denying that. We all use safety precautions when needed in the right environment. But I will say this, we can no longer allow our government to completely shut down our economy like they just did. I saw a report on Yelp that 60% of their restaurants on Yelp said they may not be open after the end of the year. And think about that in your hometown. How many people, how many restaurants, how many businesses as you drive around are simply out of business? They've closed. Like small business cannot sustain months and months of closure. Here in Carson City and the whole state here, I believe restaurants are 50% occupancy rate. And there was an activist outside a restaurant yesterday talking about that, saying 50%. Who can live on 50%? Who can live on 50% income? Who can live on any of that? You simply can't. The governor here needs to open up to 100% and get this state open and back in business. We're starting to hear some crowds behind us. Apparently, we've got this, look like we've got some Secret Service vehicles coming in off the runway. Apparently, perhaps the president has made a landing or is about to make a landing soon. I don't quite know that, but we do have some people moving in on that. The energy here is incredible. Like we've said before, if you have not been to a Trump rally, well, you don't have much time left to do that, but hopefully you can get yourself one. We're just going to throw our camera over to another position so we can get a shot of the cars coming in. All right, as you can see, the crowd is building. I don't know if we have a shot of the vehicles coming in. I don't have the monitor in front of me. I don't know if we're seeing that or not. We maybe cut to that other camera angle. If not, that's okay. But we've got several, obviously, dark SUVs with lights coming down the runway right now, and I can only expect the president to step out momentarily for that. The crowd here, everyone's got their phone up. Everyone wants to get that video, that picture of the president taking the stage once again as we count down to the 2020 election. And it is pivotal. And I know we've talked about this before. I've talked about this almost to nauseum, and I'd like to talk about it again. The church has got to step up and vote. If there's any issues that you've ever held onto that prevented you from voting for this president, you've got to put that aside. If you're pro-life and that is your only thing you're for, and the economic stance and everything else and foreign policy doesn't make a difference, then pro-life, then you vote for the president, because he is the first president since Reagan to come out for March for Life and state pro-life. Yes, we are seeing the vehicles come in right now. The excitement is building. Of course, we have been waiting out here for several hours. I know from early this morning, people have been lined up waiting for the president to get in here. And of course, the lines have been long, but people have been pretty patient. I haven't seen any skirmishes or any protesters like that at all. Quite honestly, they're not here. They're not here. And if they were here, they would get shut down, peacefully shut down, as we're not about that. We're about celebrating this president and all of his accomplishments over the last 4 years. And praise God, we get to do that for another 4 years. All right. So, as a reminder, share this video. We're moments away from the president taking the stage. Share this video. If you've got some friends that are on the fence who they're going to vote for politically, now is a good time. Now is a good time to share it, get them involved in the conversation, and let them see what the president stands on all these issues in today. The economy, immigration, health care is a big issue. I know that there's a lot of scare out there that the seniors are going to lose a lot of their benefits, and quite honestly, there's a lot of bad information being put out by the left, and Trump does not want to take away your health care for seniors. He does not want to take away your guns. He does not want to take away your freedom and liberty. Matter of fact, he's the exact opposite. He wants to keep your freedom and keep your liberty. I love seeing these flags fly here. What a beautiful sight on the backdrop of these mountains. Of course, we're just miles away on the other side of the state line. You've got Tahoe area. And when earlier one of the speakers said, hey, by raise of hand, who's from California? And let me tell you something, this place is full of Californians. Seems like we're getting close. We've got some of the press secretary and the press agents coming out of the vehicles to line up from the front. 4 more years has been a very consistent chant we've seen over the last, this whole rally. 4 more years, and songs that are uplifting and fun songs, sing-along songs we've heard as well, which just kind of sets the tone and the mood for this rally. This is a rally that's for America. It's for you and I. It's for freedom. It's for liberty. It's for what we all cherish in this world, religious freedom. All right, looks like we're more people coming out. It's for the staging's kind of difficult for me to see from my vantage point, but definitely I would say that the president has arrived to this area for sure. They're staging the teleprompters right now, and yes, the president does use a teleprompter, just like he does all the time. But the good thing about the president, though, and the thing that he's brilliant at, is actually firing off the hip. You know, I kind of like the president when he's not talking on the teleprompter. It's more shooting from the hip. I like that. He's kind of like a guy that you could, you could sit in a bar, have a drink with, and you talk to you straight. But that's one of the reasons why the hardworking Americans, a lot of blue-collar workers can relate to this man, because he is such a straight shooter, and he is such not a politician. And that's the draw to him. I think early on in the 2016 campaign, when there's 20-something candidates, he was not at the top of the list for a lot of people. I think a lot of people were going to the traditional Republicans, the Jeb Bushes, the Ted Cruzes of the world. And then slowly but slowly, they got out, and the man of the people, Donald J. Trump, rose up to take the... Seems like we're getting closer and closer. It's almost like a hype video before the rock star comes out. And if this is probably one of the greatest moments when you can go to a rally, is this initial walk-in of the president. And it's something that many here will never forget, because when the president walks on stage, Mike, and you've been here several times, this is one thing that you cannot miss, is when he takes the stage and the crowd cheers.
Yeah, it's incredible. It never gets old. I've seen it what feels like 100 times already, and it's a little bit different today, because I think that this airport was a little too small for Air Force One to arrive. So I think he arrived via motorcade, so we're not going to get the same grand entrance that we normally do. But he is here. He is here. So we're moments away from President Trump taking the podium. So as we're waiting for that, I do want to thank everybody that's tuned in. We have a massive crowd of people watching right now. 107,000 people watching. Do yourself a favor and do us a favor and support Right Side Broadcasting. We're bringing you this event live. No other media outlet up here is going to show you this speech in its entirety and show the crowd. We're going to show you the whole crowd. When he says turn around and show the crowd, we're the only network that's going to do it. We're the only network that's pro-Trump up here. I'm wearing this Make America Great Again hat. It's a bold statement. Support Right Side Broadcasting. Subscribe to us and hit the bell notification so you'll get notified every time we go live. We got 108,000 now. Give us a thumbs up. We have 38,000 likes. Give us 108,000 likes. How about that? Follow us on Twitter, RSB Network. Follow me on Twitter, MikeNificent813. From there, you'll see a link to my YouTube channel. Support all of us, because it's a group effort. It's a group fight. We're going to win this election, guys. We're going to elect this president in 16 days. We're going to send him right back to Washington, D.C. so he can drink the swamp. You got to drain that swamp. It's full of swamp creatures. Joe Biden is the Loch Ness Monster in that swamp. Thank you all for supporting us. Go to rsbnetwork.com. We're almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. Tomorrow, President Trump will be in Prescott in Tucson, Arizona. And then I'm going to be the host with Scott Pressler in Erie, Pennsylvania on Tuesday. So be on the lookout for that. That's going to be a fire live stream right there. And then President Trump will be going to North Carolina. Maybe we can throw the graphic up on the screen of all of the events coming up. We got 16 days to go, guys, to save this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Wow, what a crowd, what a crowd. What a crowd, what a crowd. You see what's going on in the road all the way up here. We have people all the way up. I'll tell you. It was never like that for the last administration, they tell me. You know, I'll ask the guys that happened to be with me. They were with the last one, too. They don't say much. I said, was it like that? They said, sir, nothing was like that. Nothing. It was never like that. And they've got the Trump signs and the flags and the American flags all over the place. Right? All those American flags. Thank you very much. Hello, Carson City. Hello. It's great to be back in Nevada with the thousands of loyal, hard-working American patriots. Great people. Can you believe it? 16 days. 16 days. And you know what? 16 days from now, we're going to win the state of Nevada. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. And we're going to keep it going. Early voting is underway, so get out and vote. And they're getting a little worried because certain areas, you know we're going to have a big red wave. We're going to have a tremendous, they know it. These fakers back there, they know it. They know it. All you have to do is look at this crowd. When did we set this up? Like 2 days ago? We'll be in Carson City in about 2 days. Did the people come out like crazy? And the people on the road, thousands and thousands, because they couldn't get in. It's pretty sad when you take an airport and it's not big enough, right? Sir, we have a problem. We have an airport. It's not big enough. But you know what's happening? So we have the big red wave is going to happen. And that's going to happen on November 3rd and a little before for the voting. But you can get out now, right, Michael? They can get out now and they can vote. But you know, strange things are happening in North Carolina. A lot of people are out there voting. You know, those lines are miles long. They're miles long. And they're wearing a lot of red caps. They're wearing caps, and they're wearing badges, and they're wearing those beautiful shirts. A lot of them, they love our country. They work so hard, but they weren't into voting for a long time. Then about 4 years ago, they went out, and now they're out, and I think even more so. There's even more enthusiasm now than we had 4 years ago. Actually, it's hard to believe, and I'll say it for the fake news, by a lot. So, like, I'll give you an example. Michigan. In Michigan, we're supposed to be probably 80-20 with us on the back, but we're going to catch them. You know, everyone's expecting we're going to do well. We should, with all the auto plants being built in Michigan. Hadn't been built for 42 years, and now they're building them all over the place. They're building a lot of jobs. They had the best year they ever had. Michigan had the best year. They have a governor that's got it locked down, but now we forced her to open up. They ruled unconstitutional what she's doing. But here's what's happening. So in Michigan, it was supposed to be, you know, they were going to take the big lead. Then we were like a racehorse. Then we were going to catch them with a big red wave because our people like to go and vote, you know. They like to go and vote. But something strange is happening in Michigan. It's happening in other places too. But it's happening in Michigan because we're not at 20%. We're leading in the early vote. And that's never happened. That's never happened before for the Republicans. It doesn't work that way. Now, in all fairness, until I won Michigan 4 years ago, Michigan hadn't been won in decades, many decades by a Republican. But we won it, and now we should win it by even more because everything I said that would happen happened. All the plants, all the good economy and everything until the China virus came in. The plague from China. But now we're, and how do I look, okay? Do I look okay? Things today that we couldn't do. We can do things today we couldn't do 7 months ago when we got hit with this thing. The whole world got hit with it. They should have kept it in. They could have kept it in. They protected their country, but they didn't protect the world or us, Europe. And we will never forget. We will never forget. We had just signed an incredible trade deal. The ink wasn't dry, and then we got hit by the plague. But we will not forget. But you know, we were doing numbers like the likes of which we've never done before. 160 million people employed. You had the best year you ever had. But almost all states, I can say it, I don't have to do a lot of research. Almost every state was having the best year they ever had. And then we closed it up and we saved over 2 million lives by doing what we did. You know, they don't like to say that. We did a great job. But we're now doing the vaccines. They're coming out very soon, very strong. Great companies, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, a lot of Moderna, great companies, a lot more than that. But they also have a lot of other things. And I would, you know, they call them therapeutics. For me, it was a cure. I mean, what's the difference? I said, give me a definition. Because I wasn't feeling, I wasn't like, oh, gee, I feel great. Okay? I hate to admit I didn't feel, you know, I haven't been somebody that's had a lot of problems with that stuff. So I hate to admit it, but you know what? I was not feeling great. Does that make sense to you? I wasn't exactly feeling the best. But the great thing is when you're president, you have so many doctors. I was saying to a group this morning, I said, I had 12 doctors around the bed, and everyone was grabbing a different part of my body. I did not like it. And they're all super geniuses. But I was not feeling good, and then they gave me this Regeneron, which is an antibody, and great company, great company, tremendous success with cures, vaccines, other things. And they actually came up with the Ebola drug, which saved so many lives. They came up with a lot of good stuff, and the other ones too. But this was one I liked because it just seemed to have a very good record. But it was brand new, hadn't been tested, hadn't been approved or anything. And by the way, we're approving it for everybody that needs it, free of charge, because it wasn't your fault. Okay? And Eli Lilly makes a drug based on the same concept. Eli Lilly, great company from Indiana, great state. Great state because I won it by a lot. You know, every state that I win by a lot or win by a little, we're happy with. And by the way, we're leading, you know, in the state of Nevada. You better get out of there. We're leading. Why wouldn't we be? But anyway, I took this drug. I wasn't feeling good. It's a transfusion, as they say. Like 1 hour. And the next day I felt like Superman. I got up and said, what the hell is going on? Whoa. I felt like Superman. I said, come on, bring him on, whoever it is. No, I felt good, and I could have left. I wanted to leave the hospital then. They said, sir, could we have a couple of more days, please? But these doctors are great. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. Thank you. But these doctors are great, and we can do things today 7 months ago was unheard of, really. The whole antibody thing was you know, what they've done is incredible. With the therapeutics and all of the vaccines that you're going to see coming on board right now. So, you know, I say you get out there and things are opening up. Tell your governor to open up. Tell everybody to open up. I told Michigan, you know, Michigan, we sued. And they found her. It was unconstitutional. The only person that her state was opened up for was her husband. He was allowed to go and sail his boat, do whatever the hell he wanted to, but nobody else could do anything. They were like locked in a prison. And it's very bad. You know, that causes a lot of problems. That causes, with the alcohol and drugs and depression and suicide, believe it or not. And the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. So it can't be, right? It can't be. So if you vote for me, and you know what's going to happen, let me change it. When you vote for me, so we have a lot of people here. Is there anybody that's going to vote for Sleepy Joe in this crowd? Please raise your hand. Not too many. Not too many. Sleepy Joe. I can't even believe it. He should have never even gotten the nomination. You know, it was Bernie's nomination until Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, split up the vote. But let's change it. When you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Your taxes will be cut even further. You know, I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. The pandemic is rounding the turn. It's rounding, and we have the vaccines coming, and they go crazy, the fake news. But I will tell you, it's rounding the turn with or without. It's rounding the turn. You'll see that. Normal life, that's all we want. We want normal life, right? We want normal. We want to be where we were 7 months ago, right? We'll fully resume the Nevada tourism and hospitality industry, which is fantastic, will come roaring back. And it will. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country for everybody. Unless somebody like Sleepy Joe Biden wants to substantially increase your taxes and your regulations. You know, we cut your regulations. Used to take up to 21 years to get a highway approved. Can you believe it? 21 years. You ever see the big charts where it showed you have to go here, 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 then back? And take years and years. It could be 21 years, and then they get, none of that, 21 years, and then they disapprove it, okay? You know, how would you like to have that job? After 21 years, you're going for a vote, and then you lose 3-2, and that's the end of that. So a big portion of your life was trying to get something approved. And we have it down to 2 years. I think I'll have it down to 1 year, and it may be disapproved. If it's environmentally not good, if it's unsafe, it may be, but it's going to be 1 year, 2 years, and most likely it will be approved and it will get done. He wants to terminate our newfound energy independence, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to end fracking. You know, do you ever see this guy? For a year and a half, there will be no fracking, no fracking, no fracking. Then he goes to a great place, Pennsylvania, and they say, by the way, we have 1 million jobs for fracking. Oh, we will have fracking. We will have. And the fake news doesn't even talk to him about it. They don't ask him, like, well, how come for a year and a half you said there's no fracking? And then as soon as you get the nomination, you say, there's fracking. Remember Hillary? She said, no call, no clean call, no call, forget it. Then 3 weeks later, she had to go to, no, him up, you mean him up, because you see what's happening with Biden? He is a corrupt politician. But did you see Hillary? And then she goes to West Virginia, and she said, oh, well, actually, I like coal, but it was a little bit too late. It was a little bit too late. She got record low numbers. West Virginia, great place. They don't like it when somebody says, you can't dig coal. That was not good. But Biden wants to launch a socialist takeover of health care to cut our military budget, and he wants to cut it right to the bone. Well, the Democrats do not like our military. They always, you know, traditionally, we have built the greatest military anytime that we've ever had anywhere in the world. If you vote for Biden, he will surrender your jobs to China. He will surrender your future to the virus. He's going to lock down. This guy wants to lock down. He'll listen to the scientists. If I listened totally to the scientists, we would right now have a country that would be in a massive depression. Instead of, we're like a rocket ship. Take a look at the numbers. And that's despite the fact that we have like 5 or 6 of these Democrats keeping their states closed because they're trying to hurt us on November 3rd. But the numbers are so good anyway. They'd be even better. But New York should be open. Michigan now has to open because of the court case. North Carolina should be open. They should be open. You guys, you want to open? Yeah, you want to open. Pennsylvania has to open. I mean, you know, we have places, and sometimes they're open, but they're partially open. They're not open like they should be. Get the places open. Let's go. Let's go. But he'll surrender your country to the radical socialist left. You see that happening. This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery, which we're in right now, or a Biden depression. You will have a depression. First of all, your taxes are going to be quadrupled. You will have a depression, the likes of which we have not seen since 1929. That's what's going to happen. And I'm very good at those things. You will have one of the great depressions of all time. Your taxes are going to go up. Your regulations are going to go up. Everybody's going to be leaving our country. All those jobs and companies that I brought in, they're all going back to where they came from. All he wants to do is raise it, even in the companies. Who wants to raise it for the companies? So they go back to another location. They came because we cut taxes. Now he wants to raise their taxes. They will leave. It's very simple. You know, it's one of those things. It's a choice between strong borders or no borders, between supporting the police or defunding the police, between delivering a vaccine in record time to kill the virus or a Biden shutdown to kill the economy. On November 3rd, vote for jobs, safety, lower taxes, a secure Second Amendment, and freedom. Right? There's a lot of people here. Look at that. Wow. It's a lot of people. I wish the cameras would show it. They never show it, right? They never show it. They show me. And you know what happens? Over my shoulders, about 3 or 4 people. 3 or 4. They're always complaining, I don't see masks. I mean, there's a lot of masks on. A lot of masks. Now, they're corrupt people, but Joe Biden is from a failed and corrupt political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. Guy's been here for 47 years. Isn't it amazing? I do something, he says, oh, I would have done it. He's been here for 47 years. Now all of a sudden he says, oh, we should have done this. When I closed and put a ban on China coming and heavily infected, I saved thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of lives. He said I was xenophobic, I shouldn't have done it. Months later, he agreed it was the right thing to do. Now he goes out, I should have done it sooner. And yet he didn't want me to do it months later. These people, I don't know how they get away with it. You know why? Because those people are more corrupt than anybody. They don't even ask them. They don't even ask them. For the last 47 years, they shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, let drugs pour into our country and all over our great communities, and they ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless, ridiculous foreign wars in countries that you never even heard of. By the way, they're all coming back. They've been coming back. People don't like to hear it. People don't like to report it. They're coming back rapidly. He's a servant of the wealthy donors, globalists, and special interests who got rich bleeding America dry and putting America last. As your president, I could have been the greatest fundraiser of all time. You know, you see these numbers that they raised 300 million. You know why? When they raise money, that's a deal. They're making deals. I would be the single greatest fundraiser in history. I'll call up the head of Goldman Sachs. I'll call up the head of all these Wall Street guys. Most of them I know or know enough about. I know them all. I know them. I know too much. And I could call up, listen, do me a favor. Would you give 10 million to my campaign? Yes, Mr. President. Would you give 20 million to yes? But you know, when you do that, you don't have to say anything. When they call you in 3 months and they say, we need help with this or that, it's, you know, very hard. Like sort of almost morally. They did for you and you did for them. It doesn't have to be a deal or a quid pro quo like he had, right? Like he had with the $1 billion to get his son out of problems with the prosecutor. Right? And they never ask him about that either. But I would be the greatest fundraiser of all time, but I don't like to do that because it puts us at a disadvantage. And we never want to be at a disadvantage. So easy though, think of it. The president calls, he'll give me whatever the hell I want. In 2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. Joe Biden is, and always has been, a corrupt politician. He always has been. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. It really is. Look at what's going on. It's a criminal. You know, I don't know what's going on with the Democrats, a very powerful party, but it's not the Democrats. It's the Democrats plus the fake news media. And then it's also including big tech. Okay? Here it is. It's me. I'm all you have between your Second Amendment and chaos and all the problems. It's me. I'm all you have. And the Republicans, I love the Republicans, and we have some great, but they have to learn to stick together better. You know, we have some stupid people. You know, we have some stupid people. Some of them are gone. Flake, Corker, they're gone. But now we have this guy Sass, wants to make a statement. Little Ben Sass. The Republicans have to stick together better. You don't see that. One thing I respect about the Democrats, they stick together. You know what? They have lousy policy. They want open borders. They want sanctuary cities. They want to raise your tax. They want to quadruple your taxes. But the one thing is, they stick together. The Republicans have to learn. They got to stick together. I don't know. And by the way, it's been that way for decades. I don't know what the hell is in the blood. Could you explain that to me, please, Michael? Huh? What the hell is going on? It's been that way for many decades. I don't know. There's always a few. They want to make a statement. It's just a bunch of wimps. Very interesting. No, I love them. They've been great. Hey, look, on the impeachment hoax, I couldn't do better. The 197-0 in the House, Republicans, and we even had a Democrat or two come and join us, right? That was an impeachment over a telephone call that was perfect. Other than that, think of that. But 197-0, and with the Senate, 52.5 to a half. Who was the half? I can't think of it. Oh, Biden couldn't think. He couldn't remember the name, right? He couldn't remember the name. Look, you know the guy from, I think he was a governor, I'm not sure. Or now what? Is he a senator now? Yeah. What's his name? Mitt Romney. That's right. Oh, that's. He didn't remember, which I thought was insulting to Mitt Romney. I wouldn't insult Mitt Romney that way. Okay? But Biden couldn't remember his name. You know, they've only known each other for about 35 years. No, Biden is gone. Let's not kid ourselves. We want to be nice. Biden is gonzo. Can you imagine having Kamala? Most liberal member of Congress. The most liberal member of Congress. And I think that whole thing, that's why Nancy Pelosi is talking about the 25th Amendment. That's the real reason. They want to get him the hell out. The Bidens make crooked Hillary Clinton look like an absolute amateur. It's true. And she's pretty bad. And I do want to hear from law enforcement, why aren't they looking at, maybe they are, and I hope they are. You know, I try and stay out of it because I'm trying very hard to be so right down the middle. But why aren't they looking at the fact that she got a subpoena from the United States Congress for 33,000 emails, and she deleted every single one of them and then acid washed them. And then she pounded her telephones with a hammer. I've gotten rid of cell phones and I just throw them away, you know. Now I throw them into the Secret Service, okay, I give them back. But before this, I throw them away, I get a new one, right? She pounded the crap out of them with a hammer. How many people have gotten rid of your cell phones and pounded them to death with a hammer? So I just want to know, why aren't they looking at that? Why aren't they looking at that? Why aren't they looking at Ilhan Omar? But the biggest of them all is Joe. He's corrupt. And they found the laptop. You know what they call that? The laptop from hell. That is a laptop. That's a laptop from hell. Let's see what happens with it. Let's see what happens with it. So a giant trove of emails show Hunter Biden making deals, setting up meetings with his father, Joe, and using the office of the vice president for a for-profit cash machine. That's what it is. This guy's a vacuum cleaner. He follows his father around and takes millions, hundreds of millions, and billions of dollars out of these countries. I mean, that is so dishonest. That's so crooked. He is, I call him the human vacuum cleaner, right? You know those things on television? He's better than any one of them. Joe Biden said he knew nothing, but he lied because I'm telling you, this laptop is a disaster. The fake news and big tech don't want to write about it, though. They don't want anything to do with it. And they punish. And thank you to the New York Post. It's unbelievable what they're doing. You know, it's the 5th or 4th largest newspaper. So you'd call it the mainstream, not the lamestream, but the mainstream media. But it's I guess the 4th largest. It's the oldest newspaper in the U.S. I think it was Alexander Hamilton founded it, right? And they should be very proud of what they're doing, because the New York Times refuses to write about it. And the fake Washington Post, which is a total fake, you know, that's a lobbyist for Bezos and the group, okay, for Amazon. But he calls it the lobbyist. He must call it that. I call it the lobbyist, okay? You own the Washington Post, you have a little power. It's a free lobbyist. Although it's probably not a free one. It probably costs him a fortune. But it gives him what he needs. But it's fake. And if you look at NBC and MSDNC, right? And if you look at ABC, how about Stephanopoulos the other day? Right? You know, he interviewed me 2 weeks ago. He gave me a tough interview, but I didn't consider it unfair, although it turned out the audience was stacked against me, you know. There were some Trump people and some Biden people and some, well, no, it didn't work out that way, did it? And actually, they were very nice, right? The one woman said how handsome I was. You know, the one woman, no, it's true. I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that than have her say, you're a wonderful politician. The hell with that. I'd rather have her say, what's better than that, right, Michael? You're so handsome. You have such a great smile. But see, here's what happened with her. She was so nice, but she was supposed to be like, I think, a former Hillary supporter. But the way she said it to me, it was so nice. And then, after the show, and she said it, right? Did anyone see that? It was so lovely. And then after the show, she went rogue. No, I wouldn't vote for him. I would. In other words, they said, wait a minute, this isn't the deal here. What are you doing? I'm sure that the Democrats, together with their partner, ABC Television Network, said, what the hell happened with her? That's a terrible thing that she did. So I'm sure they hit her very hard, and she got back in line, okay? But I think hopefully her first statement was the statement she believed. He's a handsome man. See now, the fake news will say, President Trump went on a rant talking about how handsome he is. They don't understand. He went on a rant. It was a terrible thing. We don't think he's handsome. Actually, they think I must be the most unattractive human being they've ever seen. Except what they don't realize is without me, they will have ratings that will nosedive. They'll go out of business, every one of them. Right? You know, I'm making this speech a little bit longer, then I'm looking at this crazy Nevada sun, and I'm sitting here with his white skin. But who the hell cares if I get a little sunburn, huh? They don't want to write about or report on this scandal because they want Biden to win. You know, I've always said, in the end, they're going to all endorse me. Because if Biden wins, they're out of business. This is the most boring human being I've ever seen. But they want Biden to win so they can take over our country. Because they will take it over between big tech, Section 230, by the way. All right, go ahead. No. No, that it'll be one of the great disasters. I'm telling you. Depression. Just remember the word. And you know it. And California, are you from California? You do. You do. You do. Come on, Gabe. Let's go, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. You know, I just left. I'll tell you what. So I just left California. And I was in a place that was sort of Republican. But I was with a wonderful reporter. I just spoke to him from the Washington Times, which is a really good newspaper, by the way. And he reported very strongly. The crowds were unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I don't know why we wouldn't win California. We're playing it a little bit. In theory, you're not supposed to be able. But they have everything against them. High crime, homeless. They don't take care of their homeless. I tell Nancy Pelosi, come back to San Francisco and take care of your homeless, Nancy. The endless forest fires, they're endless. I do, I like the governor, but I said, do you ever stop with these forest fires? Can you ever stop? They got to manage the forest, you know. They talk it's all sorts of reasons. They got to manage the forest. Manage it. It's called forest management. But they got to stop. They got to stop. And now they have a new thing. They're running out of water. And you know, they've run out of electricity. They have brownouts, blackouts. What's going on? And a lot of people are leaving. They're leaving for Texas. They're leaving for Texas. They're leaving for Florida. They're leaving for places that are really well run. But it's very interesting. A big thing the other day. They're going to ration their water in California. And I felt so badly. I called up and said, oh, do you have a drought? No. You know what they do? Millions of gallons an hour come down from the north pour down, pour down. So they have so much, right? They have so much water, but they route it into the Pacific Ocean because they have a smelt, right? Is it a smelt? How's that for a memory? Good. There's no problem there. Ask smelt. It's a little tiny fish. And it's been having difficulty over the last long time. With water, without water, it's having difficulty. But they want to save the smelt. And in saving the smelt, they're destroying human lives, right? And they're destroying the farmers. And even Los Angeles, the homes. So they have a thing where they're bringing it down ultimately to 42 gallons a person. And that sounds like a lot. Look, if somebody said you could have 42 gallons a person, I think a day, it sounds like a lot of water, right? It's not. It's like a quick shower and let's wash your hands. Then they have a mandate, wash your hands at all times. You must always, constantly wash. Then they say 42 gallons. I say, wait a minute. Okay, I got a deal. I won't take a shower for the next couple of weeks, but I'll wash my hands. No, it's true. So 42 gallons, it sounds like a lot, but it's really not. A friend of mine, he has this massive house. He says, I'm not going to be able to take a shower. I live in a house, this gorgeous house, right? Can't take a shower. Wash your hands every hour, every 15 minutes. You know what I did? I'll tell you this crazy story. So you know what bothers me? When you go into a new hotel or a new house, they have these faucets, right? And you turn them on, no water comes out. Even if you live in like North Carolina, you live in areas where, up in New England, most of our country has so much water we don't know what to do with it. The problem is how do you get rid of it? But they do for, like the desert, like here, but they do for areas that are a little bit tougher for water. But even you have the water. So they do it. So they come up with this one regulation for all over the country. So you go into a hotel or you buy a house, and they have what's called a restrictor. Right? Look at it. They're all nodding. Same thing, by the way, same thing with your dishwasher. I freed that up too. The dishwashers, they had a little problem. They didn't give enough water. So people would run them 10 times. So they end up using more water. And the thing's no damn good. We freed it up. Now you can buy a dishwasher and it comes out and it's beautiful. Go buy a dishwasher. Go buy it. Those companies. I said, what's wrong with this thing? It doesn't clean the dishes, right? The women come up to me. The women who they say don't like me, they actually do like me a lot. Suburban women, please vote for me. I'm saving your house. I'm saving your community. I'm keeping your crime way down. I keep hearing, no, they keep, it's all fake stuff. Remember they said last time about women. Women will never vote. He will never vote for Donald Trump. They'll never vote. Then at the end of the evening, they're all crying. Oh, my God, what happened? Remember John King? What's going on over here? The red. He won Florida. Oh, he won Florida. Wasn't that I won Florida. I won it like fast. And by the way, we're way up in Florida right now, too. Because we've done a great job. Okeechobee. We've done a great job for Florida. We've done things for Florida that nobody thought could ever be done. But anyway, John King, so he's up there. He won Florida. Oh, well, that was quick. But the big, when we won Ohio, because did you ever hear for a year and a half, when we were thinking about doing this, you cannot win unless you win the great state of Ohio, right? You heard that 100 times. They were doing that for me. Shtick. And then I get these polls. I had great people in Ohio. They said, sir, you're going to win Ohio. You don't even have to come back. You're going to win Ohio. By the way, they said that to me again just recently. But they said you cannot win. So we end up winning Ohio by 8 points. And it wasn't that we won Ohio, but the polls closed at 7 o'clock. And at 7 o'clock and 1 second, because, unless you win big, Michael, right? You have to, they keep you waiting. So the polls have closed in the great state of Ohio. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. They kept saying I was evil. We had groups, they said I was, I'll tell you how accurate their polls were 4 years ago. I was down in 9 states the day of the election. I won all 9 states. Thank you. Right? Other than that, they were quite accurate. Actually, this time they're much better. You want to know the truth. This time they're actually much better. No, but we're doing much better. And as I said, We have much more enthusiasm now. But anyway, getting back to my very boring story about faucets and dishwasher. So I said to the head, I called up, great dishwasher company from Ohio that we saved, by the way. I said, what's the problem with your dishwasher? Well, they don't give us any water. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to get enough water. What's the problem? We need more water. Not that much, but I said, how much you need? This. Would you like more? Well, I'd love more. Would you give us more? Yeah, I'll give you more. You have so much water, you don't know what to do with it, right? So we gave them what they need. And now the dishwashers are incredible. They work beautifully. And you go one time, and you come back and your dishes are nice and beautiful and clean and dry. You don't have to go 10 times. The same thing with the restrictors in the faucet. So I hate to say the three things. It's the shower, it's the sink, and the third element in the bathroom. But I don't say it, because every time I say it, they only talk about that one. Because it's sort of gross to talk about, right? So I won't talk about the fact that people have to flush their toilet 15 times. Okay? I will not talk about it. I'll only talk about showers, but there is three things. I won't talk about it. This way they can't report it. So what happens? I call my people, environmental people, why are we doing this? Because when you wash your hands, it takes you 5 times longer. The water's not coming. You got soap, you can't get it off. I said, open it up. They said, what do you mean? Take the restrictors off. People know. And if you're out here, you got to be careful, and you got to do all the things you've been doing anyway. Take the restrictors off. And you may leave it in certain areas where you might need it, but most of the country, big portion, it doesn't need it. Then on the shower, the worst. You ever get under a shower where no water comes out? And me, I want that hair to be so beautiful. Right? It's true. I want the hair to look good. I go into some of these hotels, you travel, and I go into these hotels, new hotels, they do a nice job, it's not their fault. And I get in there, I say, I can look at it now, I know everything. I say, here we go. Turn on the water, drip, 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 drip. But now, you go into a shower and the water pours out. You go into a sink, and you can wash your hands very nicely, beautiful. And the third thing, don't worry about, okay, we won't talk about it. There's one time, that's all. So I'm not just running against Biden, but you watch, they'll be talking about the third thing. They won't. I've done this before. And they never even talk about sinks and showers. So I never talk to you. You'll see how dishonest they are. But I'm running against a left-wing media, big tech giants, and a corrupt political class, and a corrupt Democratic Party. You saw what they did. They spied on my campaign and got caught. They tried to take down the President of the United States. But they went after the wrong president. Let me tell you something. I really believe this. Somebody said it just today. Any other president would not have been able to withstand what we've done. They'd be in a corner with their thumb in their mouth saying, please take me home to mommy, please. These people are evil. Even Schiff today, Shifty Schiff. So, did you hear the new one? I was waiting for this. So they find this horrible, horrible laptop of Hunter. Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? But Joe is far more corrupt than Hunter. Because Joe knew Joe's getting a piece of everything. They have it in the email, 10% and 50%. But Joe is far more corrupt than Hunter. But what happens is, they say, where's Hunter? And they see what's going on. Everybody's looking for him. Everybody wants to find. And all we're hearing is that you can't talk about this kind of thing. You can't talk. Can you imagine if that were Don Trump Jr.'s laptop? Or Eric Trump was such a fun. These are good kids, but they have just been brutalized by these maniacs. Or what about our great Ivanka Trump? Can you imagine? Tiffany, even Barron, right? Barron, Barron. No, they're all good kids. But could you imagine? Barron had the problem, okay? He got healed in about 15 seconds, right? You got to understand that. The young kids, was it 99.9 something? They said Barron tested positive. Even I wasn't worried. He's strong. He's definitely tall. He's tall. And he's a good kid. He's a smart kid. But they said, sir, Barron tested positive. At first she said, I said, well, is he okay? Yeah. Are you going to give him anything? No. Like 2 seconds later, I said, how's Barron? Oh, he's all set. He beat it. I hate to say it, they have a much stronger immune system than we do. I hate to say that. You know? I said, congratulations, Barron. I said, that was quick. I said, how did it feel? I don't know. But the Democrats and this horrible group of people, they have nothing but disdain for you and for your values. They lecture you on the need for open borders while they live behind gated communities like Nancy Pelosi. She doesn't want a wall, but she lives in this very beautiful house with lots of good ice cream. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs remain totally exempt. They keep your kids out of school while their kids and their families have private tutors, right? They want to take away your guns. They want to destroy your Second Amendment while they employ armed guards. And it's time that we sent them a very strong message because they're hypocrites in Washington, D.C. and in Silicon Valley. And in Silicon Valley. Section 230 on election day. Not everybody understands that, but we have some great politicians here today that understand it. But on election day, you can send a message to the fake news media right there, to the big tech companies, and to the Washington swamp. We never knew it could be this deep. When I said, drain the swamp, I didn't know it was this bad. But send them a message that they will never forget. Show them that the American people are still in charge by delivering Sleepy Joe Biden and the Democrats a thundering defeat on November 3rd. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. But I've dealt in politics for a long time. I know them very well. I know them all very well. I've dealt for a long time. I know them all. If I do not, thank you very much. If I do not always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone ever before. Right? Thank you very much. By the way, did you see Biden this one? He was very agitated. You get agitated. He was very agitated. And he's screaming at him. And he had nobody in the audience. He had a couple of cars. Did you see it? They honk in the horn. I can't believe it. And they don't report that. You know, we got lucky. I think the cameraman slipped and the camera went a little off kilter because they would never. Just like we want them to show our crowds. They don't want them. I love watching those circles. He's got those big, they're so well done, though. The best thing about his campaign is the guy or woman that does the circles. No, there's a lot of talent there. They're perfect. You know, I'm a perfectionist, frankly. I am. He's always a good builder. Look at those circles, very thick. And very far apart. I think you got about 6 of them, because that's the number of people that show up. This way he could say, we were sold out today. I'm fighting against forces who want to destroy everything that you love and cherish. People think of Joe Biden as a nice man, but he's not a nice man. No, he's not a nice man. He was never a nice man. And he was never a smart man. He got lucky. He got lucky that Pocahontas didn't quit earlier. And he's not a good man. He's a corrupt man. And he took an ad against me knowing it was false. You probably know the ad. It's a horrible, vicious ad having to do with the military. It's a totally false, horrible, horrible ad. And nobody has ever done more for the military than I have. Nobody. And we advised him and his group of dishonest cronies, legally and every other way, We advised them and we let them know. We're putting complaints in all over the place. But he took a vicious, vicious, horrible ad of something I never said. It was a magazine that's an Obama-type magazine with Obama and Biden and crooked Hillary. It's I won't even mention it, third-rate magazine, loses a fortune. And they made up a story. And they said I said certain things. There's no human being on earth, unless they're seriously, seriously deranged, that would say such a thing. And I said it in front of other soldiers. And I have 26, I think, witnesses saying, it's ridiculous. Number one, you wouldn't need any witnesses. Nobody would say a thing like that. But we said it never happened. They have no witnesses. They have, I think, an anonymous source. But the source doesn't exist. It was made up. It was made up just like the Russia bullshit was made up. Okay? So they made it up. They made up this lie, and now it's in television commercials, like I said it. And frankly, if I were a military person and if I saw that ad, I would never vote for Trump. And I told my people, this is a very serious thing. They took a statement, made up a statement, just like they do. This is what they do. They're vicious, horrible people. They made up a statement, and now they put ads in during a football game. I see an ad. I'm watching the game. I mean, I must tell you, I'm not into football so much anymore, if you want to know the truth. No, I'm not. It's hard to watch. I love people that honor our anthem and honor our flag and honor our country. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you look at the basketball. Did you see the basketball already? It's final game. Down 70%. Who the hell? I didn't watch one shot. No interest. No. We want people. You know what? People want to watch sports. They want to watch sports. They have enough of us, right? They have enough of us. There's plenty of us. But down 70%. I mean, in one way it's a shame. In another way, you know, when we had this argument with the NFL 2 years ago, it really hurt them badly. They were down 25, 30%, right? People weren't going to the games. And I thought we won the battle. I thought it was over. Then I saw Roger, nice guy, Roger Goodell, in his basement wearing a blue T-shirt, tight, very tight. You know, like he's a player. It doesn't work. I don't want to have a tight one. I want it as loose as possible. But he's wearing a tight one. He thinks he's all buffed up and everything. Didn't look good. No tie, you know, just a T-shirt, like an undershirt that's painted blue. That's a blue color. I don't even think it had anything on it. And he said, we've decided to do this and that. And then I said, there goes the NFL, right down the tubes. And nobody was, this was during, I think, August. Nobody was even talking about it. What the hell is he doing? And here it goes again. Nobody cares about football because of it. And I don't know how many chances they're going to get, but they ought to get smart because they can't win this war. We want people that love our country. We don't want this crap. If a player's making $25 million a year doing something he'd be doing anyway on the weekend, okay, because he loves playing football, and if somebody's making $10 million for blocking or $25 million for throwing, and they say what a horrible country we're living, we can't do that. Can't do it. And you know what? I want them to protest. I think if they want to protest, they can. And there's always reason to protest. They can. But not then, and not sitting on a knee instead of standing proudly with your hand on your heart. And you know, in the contract, they have a clause. You have to stand hand on heart. They actually have, I think, hand on heart. But they don't want to exercise it because they're weak. They're weak people. And weak people is what got our country in trouble. And you talk about weak, Joe Biden. Joe Biden and the socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve your borders, confiscate your guns, and impose a $4 trillion tax hike on your companies and yourselves. $4 trillion. You know what $4 trillion is? That's the largest tax hike in the history. And you know what they're going to do with it? They're going to spend it on the Green New Deal. Conceived by the brilliant AOC +3, a poor student with absolutely no environmental experience, right? They want to attack religious liberty, drive God from the public square, and destroy your suburbs. I say that to the women because I keep hearing, they said, the women from the suburbs. No, I think the women from the suburbs are looking for a couple of things. One of them is safety, one of them is good, strong security, and one of them is they don't want to have low-income housing built next to their house. And you know who makes up 30% of your suburbs? Minorities, African Americans, right? Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, minorities, okay? People think, is it racist? Not racist, it's the opposite. I've had them come to me, people come to me and say, thank you so much. But they keep talking about the women from the suburbs. I say, I think we're going to have a big resounding, what the hell happened with women to the suburbs? They really like Trump a lot. You know? Only vote for me if you're a woman from the suburbs. And, you know, I shouldn't say this because they'll bring it up, but one time, early on, you know, I haven't been doing this that long, right? You know, I haven't been doing it. I have guys that have been running, sir, I've been running for 40 years. I said, well, I've only run for 2 years, but I became president. You didn't. But, you know, it's sort of interesting because I really think that women from the suburbs are going to like Trump because I think it's going to be one of the big, because that's it. It is. It is about safety. It is about safety. And when you see what happens in our cities where they run and ransack and they're anarchists. And you know what? They say the suburbs are, they actually say the suburbs are next. And just so you know, so important, these are Democrat-run states and cities. Republicans are doing great. And we're not going to let this happen. And we'll stop it. We want a resounding victory. We're going to stop it. But the suburbs are next. But I did say, you know, early on, I said housewives from the suburbs. They went after me when I said that. Let me ask you, the women from the suburbs, do you mind when we say housewives from the suburbs? No? They're all saying no. But I'll do it politically correct anyway. If you don't, I'll say women. But I said housewives from the suburbs. They went crazy. Donald Trump. He wasn't politically correct, they said, Michael. Biden supports cutting police funding, abolishing cash bail. You know, you get a murderer. Oh, let's let him out. Oh, let's let him walk the street. You see what's happening in New York? What they're doing to New York, our governor, what he's doing to New York is horrible. And he called law enforcement, Sleepy Joe, he called law enforcement recently the enemy. No, law enforcement has done an incredible job. And you're always going to have a bad apple. You're always going to have somebody that chokes. You know, they have like a quarter of a second. Do you ever see the test where somebody slashes open the door? You got a quarter of a second. And they could be on the force for 30 years. But that's a hard thing to do, right? And you're going to have people, they choke. Like in sports, you see it, they choke. Some people choke. Then you have Jack Nicklaus and you have Tiger and you have great people that tend to choke a lot less. But you know, some people choke and it's not their fault. It's just the way it is. You have a quarter of a second to make a decision. Quarter of a second. Think of it. Joe Biden and the Democrat Party have waged a war on police, on cops, and inciting riots. And that's what you do. When you take away the majesty of that position, you are inciting violence. When you allow people to loot stores and you have the police standing back and they want to go in and do their job, and they can do it so easy. You don't even need us to bring in the National Guard like we did in Minneapolis, like we were ready to do in Seattle, and then they gave up the night before because they didn't want to play games. I was so disappointed when they gave up. I was. The one I really want to do is Portland. That's going to be so easy. You know, we have to be invited in. The governor doesn't want. I call her. I say, Governor, let us go in. Give us 30 minutes, Governor. But you know what? I don't want to violate. I could, I guess, if I did. But we have to be invited in. And this city, it's the craziest thing. These are anarchists. That would be the easier one. Would love to go in and do something big with Chicago. That's actually a bigger problem. That's actually a bigger problem. Hard. The easy one are the anarchists in the middle of the street. that hate our country, hate our cops. You saw them, they killed this young man, right? They shot him in the street. And a day went by, they knew the guy, and they didn't arrest him. Another day went by, I called down, I said, what's going on? They didn't arrest him. They knew who he was. They knew where he was. They would have never. So I sent in our great U.S. Marshals. They were so happy. You know, the law enforcement, they love our country. They were so happy. And this guy was a killer. He had other crimes too, by the way, bad ones. But he shot this young man right in the middle of the street. Shot him. You heard the bullet ring out. You heard the people scream. They knew who it was. They said that was so-and-so. So after 2.5 days, I said, go in. Gotta get him. 15 minutes, it was all over. It was all over. That was it. It's all over. Here in Nevada, rioters burned the city of Reno. And during the violent demonstrations in Las Vegas, a 29-year-old police officer was deliberately shot in the head while he was doing his job. Think of it, you know who that was, right? You know who he was. Joe Biden, is he here? No, right? You know who I talked to, because his partners we talked to a lot of the people that were there. I think his partner's here. But I want to tell you, we can't let this happen. They've taken away the respect. You have to let them do their job. They'll do it well. You can't have, remember in Minneapolis, where the mayor ordered the police to leave the premises, right? Seattle, leave the premises. And then they took over the police department. You have that, you're not going to have a country. But this is the radical left. This is the radical left. Joe Biden will appease the rioters, looters, and anarchists, and I'm having them arrested instead, okay, if you don't mind. And remember, it's all in Democrat cities and states, all in Democrats. If you're a moderate Democrat or a liberal who knows that your party has gone totally off the rails, we are welcoming you with open arms to the Republican Party. Biden's agenda would also be a catastrophe for Nevada seniors. Seniors, any seniors here? For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. You know that, right? Remember, they used to say, I'm going to cut it. Well, what happened? I never cut it. Remember, they said, I'm going to be in wars. You know, that's my personality. They think it's not really. It is if we have to. I'll be better than anybody else. But, you know, you say, whatever happened to North Korea? Remember, we were supposed to be in a war with Obama or Hillary or whoever it was. You would have been in a war. Obama expected to be in a war. That would have been a bad war. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free health care for illegal aliens, decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. While I am president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security, including me. No one. Under my leadership, we are delivering a safe vaccine and very rapid recovery, and we're all set to deliver it. We have the military ready to deliver it. It's going to be incredible. We have a general, that's what he does. He delivers soldiers and delivers everything. This is easy for them. It'll be delivered very, very rapidly. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, and annihilate Nevada's economy with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. Because, you know, they're finding out these lockdowns aren't working. Look at Europe. They're having this massive surge. They've been locked down. Okay, look at these lockdowns. They've been locked down, and now they're having a surge. Look at Michigan. Michigan had a surge. Well, who's been tougher than her? She ran it like a prison. She was like a warden, right? And they have a surge. And then they say she's doing a wonderful job. I think she's doing a terrible job. By the way, I know all of the governors. You know, we basically deal with the governors. The governors run their states. We give them the equipment. We help them out. We got them all of the ventilators. We did an incredible job with that. Jared Kushner did a great job. We had so many. No, he did an incredible job. No, but he got these guys from Silicon Valley. Nobody understood. Ventilators, right? No, but, you know, for that, they're good. I have to tell you, they came in. Everybody said, these things are complicated. They walked in like, that's got to be the simplest piece of equipment we've ever seen. And we now have become the ventilator. I mean, we're making thousands and thousands a month, and we're actually giving them, we don't need any. but we didn't have ventilators. We weren't equipped for a thing like this. Our cupboards were empty. The governors were. And I got to know all the governors. Some did a great job and some did a poor job. But when we had our weekly calls with the governors, they would say, even the biggest enemies, the biggest haters, "Sir, thank you very much," or to our great vice president who headed up the task force, Mike Pence. Mike Pence. Oh, did he do well in his debate with her? That was unfair. If that were a fight, they would have stopped it, right? They should have stopped it. I said they should have stopped that debate in the middle. That's a great expression, right? Boxing, you know, you learn UFC. If that were a fight, they would have stopped it. But Mike was great, and he's done great, and he did great with this whole thing. But the governors would say on conference calls, all 50, usually almost all of them were on, because they all wanted everything. You know, their cupboards were empty. That was their fault, I guess, you know, but let's say it was their fault. But we had to help them, and we did. We built hospitals for some of them. We built everything. We did a great job. But they would say, "Thank you very much. Great job, great job, great job," every one of them. And if they weren't happy, we'd make them happy during the call, because we had the generals, the admirals, we had great people, and we took care of them. And they'd say, "Great job, thank you very much. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you very much, great job. We're sending a lot of gowns to Michigan, goggles to Michigan, lots of things to all the different states." But she'd say, "Great job, thank you very much." And we have it all down. You know, it's all down. Because I think all those calls, I hope they were taped. Hey, could you imagine if we didn't have my call with the president of Ukraine, if we didn't have that transcribed? Then it would have been this crazy maniac named Adam Schiff with his phony story that he told to the United States. But we had it transcribed. Isn't that a wonderful thing? So I think we have it transcribed or taped. But all the governors, every one of them, "Thank you very much, great job, great job, great job." Then they go outside and they see the press. You know, they get nervous with the press. These guys, they make them nervous. "We're not very happy with the job the president's doing." I said, "He's no good people." But you know what? Someday I'll tell you the story. We had some great ones, and we had some people that didn't know what the hell they're doing. But I'll let you know at the right time who they were. Under the Biden lockdown, the lights of Reno and Las Vegas were extinguished. Carson City will become a ghost town. If he comes in, Carson City will become a ghost town. And the Christmas season will be canceled. Look, remember I said we're going to bring back Christmas, right? The name? Remember? We brought it back. Right? Remember? I used to go around saying we will bring, because I saw these big department stores, you know, they thought it was politically correct. So they say, "Have a great season." I said, "No, I don't want to have a great season. I want to say Merry Christmas. Say Merry Christmas." Now they're all saying Merry Christmas again. So I just want to introduce a couple of warriors that are here. We're joined tonight by Congressman Mark Armadale. Come up, Mark. What a job you're doing, Mark. He's a warrior. Thank you, Mark. What a great job. What a great job. How are we doing? Okay, we're doing all right here, right? Huh? Thank you very much. You're doing good. Thank you, Mark, very much. We're also a man who's a fighter. But if he loses, I will never talk to him again. And he's the Nevada Republican Party chairman, respected by everybody, loved by everybody, Michael McDonald. Michael. You look good, Michael. You look good, Michael. And congressional candidate, somebody that's going to win, and we're working with him very strong, Jim Marchant. Jim, thank you. I hear you're doing good. I heard you leading in the poll. Jim, get it done. We'll help you. A friend of mine and a man who's doing really well, and he's watching those, he's a very smart guy and respected by everybody. He's watching those ballots come in. I think he's watching every one of them. Attorney General, your former Attorney General, respected. They love him, and I love him. Adam Laxalt. So, Adam, are you and Nick finding any bad things? Anything bad happening? Can you please watch very closely, Adam? For the people, not for me. You know, you're not doing this for me. You're doing it for the people, okay? He's got the most important assignment there is. Because a lot of bad things, they're finding those things in creeks. They're finding them in riverbeds. They're finding them in ash cans and dumpsters. And large numbers in Ohio, 50,000 were missing. In Virginia, 500,000 applications were made that were false. And in one place, Everything was good except for one problem. They forgot to put my name on it. Other than that, it was great. Other than that, it was great. Other than that, they were very reasonable, but my name wasn't on it, and then somehow that didn't work out too well, Michael. A lot of them, too. And then they found some military ones, great, great military ones, and they were found in a waste paper basket, and they all had the name Trump on it. They were all signed for Trump. They were Trump. They were voted for Trump. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get there because they were in a waste paper basket. Anyway, and the Republican National Committeeman from Nevada, Jim DeGraffeney. Jim. Thank you, Jim. Great job. Great job, Jim. How's it going? Good? We're doing all right over here, Jim? Good. You're a handsome man, Jim. As president, I've been delivering for our incredible Hispanic American community like never before. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you. You know, it's interesting. The polls are showing Trump. They're saying, what the hell is going on with Trump and the Hispanic American community, right? No. We're at the highest level that they've ever had recorded for a Republican. It's got to be higher. But it's literally, we're beating the Democrats who have been all talk and no action. All talk. I like Hispanics. I like Hispanics. I like Hispanics Americans. I'm taking care because I'm fighting for school choice, right? Safe neighborhoods and Hispanic-owned small businesses. You have no idea how great business people, Hispanic Americans are great business people. I've known that for a long time. Sometimes they say they're too good. They are tough sometimes, but they're great business people, and we've helped them. Joe Biden would crush everything Hispanic Americans have worked for, wiping out your small businesses with lockdowns and regulations and devastating your families with massive tax hikes. Your tax hikes, by the way, I never heard all my life, if you're running for office, you cut taxes, right? Who the hell ever heard of a guy running? Here's a guy, can't put two sentences together, and he wants to quadruple your taxes, and they say, he's tied in Nevada. How the hell can we be tied? How can I be tied with him in Pennsylvania, and he doesn't want to frack? That's 1 million jobs. And it's going to destroy our energy business because we're energy independent. They're tied. I mean, what's going on? It doesn't. And okay, so he goes out, gets no people at any of the rallies. I go out, we get 35, 40,000, 25,000, 15,000. Boom. We go, boom, 15,000. We get the biggest crowds in the history of politics. I mean, I'm not saying, look, everything I say they'll correct if, I mean, they'll say, who cares? I don't even care what they say at this point. But we get these massive crowds. He gets nobody. And then they say, we're tied. What the hell kind of a business are you in, Michael? It doesn't make sense. How do you guys do this? He'll wage war on Catholic organizations like the Little Sisters of the Poor, which we defend, ban charter schools, bankrupt Catholic schools. You know, we help the Catholic Church very much with our schools. We help fund their schools. Fund extreme late-term abortion and empower the socialists. That's what they're doing. That's why we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote this November. So, please, right? I got our vote. Thank you, darling. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we are finishing the wall. The wall is going to be very close to being finished. Their new deal is this. Well, I got to tell you real fast. So their new deal is this. He didn't build much wall. You ever see this? They said I renovate. You got a pipe that's been laying in the sand for 30 years, a little pipe, and they call that and then we're building this 30-foot wall. And I thought it would be all concrete, and I wish it was because it's cheaper. But the Border Patrol wanted it to be slats. They have to be able to see through it, which makes sense. I said, it's more expensive. So there's two things. Now they say, he didn't build a concrete wall. That's right. I built steel, and inside the steel is concrete, and inside the concrete is very powerful rebar, and inside that we have wires. I would have much rather built a concrete plank wall. But you know what? I built what they wanted. I don't want to, because they wouldn't be able to see through it. So if they can't see through it, no good. So here's their new deal. They got pipe laying down. They got some wooden fence that's like 2 feet. Anything that there's any, if they ever had anything there, they call it a renovation. So now they say they did this vicious story that we only built a small number of miles. You know, we're up to almost 400 miles. But we had to rip out. We ripped out almost nothing. But basically, they had some areas like where they keep people from walking. They had some little wooden stuff that was all rotted and no good. And, you know, anything that had anything on it. So they call it a renovation. This is not, we ripped everything out. We went down 7 feet for tunneling, and we went up 30 feet. And they say, this is a renovation. They do anything, the fake news, to demean you. Anything. It's a disgrace. Anyway, we're up to almost 400. Where is Jared? Is he here, by the way? I'd love to introduce. He did such a great job on Middle East peace. You see what we're doing there? Middle East peace? Where is he? Oh, Jared. He doesn't want any acclaim. He's just a very smart guy. You don't hire guys like this. Well, wherever, he's back working on Middle East peace, probably. He said, I've heard this guy before. I don't have to hear him. But it's amazing what we've done in the Middle East. And we did the exact opposite, the way they've been doing it for 50 years with blood all over the place. No blood in the sand, right? Joe Biden's party continues to attack our incredible border agents, more than half of whom are Hispanic American, by the way. And they're extraordinary. These extraordinary patriots deserve our admiration, our gratitude, and respect. Right? They have. Oh, my man, come here. Jared, how's the Middle East coming along, please? Coming along good? You know, we signed the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed, one of the most respected warriors in the Middle East, and Bahrain. And we have other countries lined up. Even the New York Times said it's incredible. I can't believe it. I said, no way. I'm sure that person was fired. No, it was Tom Friedman. They're not going to fire him. But they said it was incredible. But this guy's done a great job. And you know the nice thing? He wants no acclaim. He just wants to do what he wants to do. And, you know, also worked on Israel, the capital, Jerusalem, right? With our embassy. Great job, Jared. And he has no weight problem, that I can tell you. You're so skinny. How do you stay so skinny, Jared? Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions by 700%. He wants to let them come in. And I want to pay our respects to President Macron of France, because you saw what happened over there yesterday. What a horrible thing. Radical Islamic terrorism. Thank you. And I tell you, I saw a lot of signs. We're working on some things that you're going to be. I saw a lot of signs, especially in California. You know that we're just Armenians. Right? No, they're good people. They're great business people too, you know. For the Hispanic American, the Armenians, great business people. That's great. No, we're working. Where I just left, there were so many Armenians with a beautiful flag. And no, we're working on some things. I'm keeping terrorists. You have great spirit in your country. I have to tell you, people from Armenia, they have great spirit for their country. Thank you very much. But I'm keeping terrorists, extremists, and criminals out of our country. We invested $2.5 trillion in the United States military. We have the greatest equipment. We're the envy of the world. We have the greatest fighters, the greatest rockets and missiles. We have the greatest of everything. We passed VA choice and VA accountability for our great vets. 91% approval rating. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. They were looking for him for years. We wiped out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We took out the caliphate. And we killed the #1 terrorist and mass murderer anywhere in the world. American troops, many people. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. My first call, if and when we win, have to be, we're going against a party. If and when, but hopefully we do. My first call will be from Iran. Their economy is a disaster. They're down GDP 27%. I've never even heard of that. They're down 27%. It's a disaster. They will call, and I don't want that to happen. I want them to have a great country, but they can't have nuclear weapons. It's very simple. They can't have nuclear weapons. And I think the first call we get will be from them, and they'll sit down and want to make a deal. We'll make a good deal, But what Kerry did, oh, that's right, we're in Carson City, I forgot. Who said that? Who's the one that said that? Stand up, let me see. That's pretty cool. I recognize the true capital of Israel, as we said. And that was something that was really... by the way, when we did that and opened the American Embassy in Jerusalem, I got it built for a tiny fraction of the cost. I won't go into that story, but got it built. But when I did that, every president that ran, for many, many, many of the presidents that ran, many years, decades, and they all said they're going to do it. And then they got into office, they couldn't pull the trigger, right? They couldn't pull it. They couldn't pull it like somebody couldn't pull the trigger on that last little putt to win the match. They couldn't pull the trigger. And then other guys can pull the trigger and they sink it. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they've been trying to get it. I got it done in 2 hours. And I did more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe Biden did in 47 years. True. The Democrats are now pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a party or a presidential nominee. Biden doesn't understand it, so I won't bother with that. He still doesn't know what the hell's happening. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. Biden's running mate, they want to have socialized medicine. So, you forget about your 180 million plans that we have in this country that people absolutely love. They want to have socialized medicine. You go to the hospital, you don't feel good. You wait at a hospital for about 3 weeks. Biden's running mate sponsored a bill to outlaw private health insurance. They want to wipe out the 180 million plans. Biden and Harris will also shut down American energy and obliterate your jobs with the socialist Green New Deal, as I said. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. A vote for Republicans is a vote for the American dream. It's a vote for me. It's a vote for the American dream. So bring it back. Thank you. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. Carson City, get ready, but this whole state, get ready. And we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already started. We will hire more police. We love our police. Thank you to our police and our law enforcement. Our great firemen and women, we love them, and we really do. We have a lot of great support from the firemen and women. Increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. The people don't even want the sanctuary cities. Only the politicians like them. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right. Second Amendment. In charge of taking your guns away, Beto. Remember when he was on the cover of that stupid Vanity Fair, which is, I think it's dead. I think it died. But he was on the cover, and remember what he said? He was doing okay, not great. But they had him on the cover. They were trying to build him up. It didn't work out too well for him. Remember what he said? He said, I was born to run for president. Once I said that, I said, he's gone. That's the end of him. Anybody says I was born to do this? He is a sick person. What a sick puppy that is. But he was put in charge by Biden to take your guns away. I don't think he's going to do too well in Carson City. Beto's coming to kick your gun. I don't want to start anything. I want you to obey the law because I have to, they'll say he's going to start a rebellion. The fact is that Beto wants your guns taken away. Biden doesn't even know what the hell it means. And I'm going to always protect your Second Amendment. By the way, your Second Amendment is under siege. Nothing has happened, right? Nothing has happened. And there's been a lot of pressure on me on your Second Amendment. Nothing. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep out all of those. We will just stay out of all of those horrible, endless wars with places you've never heard of. 19 years in Afghanistan. I think that's enough. And we're acting as basically law enforcement. We're acting as police. Now they got to do it themselves. We're bringing our people back home. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might. And we have a military might like nobody's ever had before with our new everything. All made in the USA. And we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing. Require price. You know what price transparency is, by the way? It's the biggest. Adam knows. Michael knows. It's the biggest thing there is. It's bigger than healthcare, in my opinion. And it's all done. It's signed. Price transparency. Watch. Further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. You know what I did? Favored nations. Nobody can believe I did it. You're going to pay the lowest price in the world. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag, NFL. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, in God we trust. For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great state of Nevada. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, get your boss. Tell your boss, come here, boss. Gotta vote? Gotta vote, boss. Come on, boss. Just grab him and just say, come on, boss. Get out and vote. This is the most important election we've ever had. Get out and vote. They call it the red wave. They're already saying they're not happy about what's happening. They know what's happening. From Las Vegas to Reno, from Elko to Henderson, and from Carlin to right here in the wonderful, beautiful, hard-working Carson City. We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul to secure our liberty. And we just love our liberty, don't we? And you know, liberty and freedom with bad leadership can be extinguished very quickly. You look at what happened in Venezuela and so many other places. We're just a much, much bigger version. And if we let them do this, you're not going to have it for very long. It's a very sad thing. Most important election we've ever had. Nevada was founded by some of the toughest men and strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. This state was built by pioneers and prospectors, miners and cowboys, innovators and trailblazers, who tamed the frontier, raised up the mighty Hoover Dam, transformed a sprawling but beautiful desert into a shining oasis, and lit up the brilliant lights of the Las Vegas Strip, which I know so well. Our American ancestors made this into the greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. It's happening. The best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country. And together we are taking back our country. We're returning power to you, the American people. So with your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Nevada, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. Our stock market, new highs. Your 401ks are doing very well. I don't think you want to see them drop 100%, and they will if Sleepy Joe gets in. We've made it wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, wrapping up in Carson City, Nevada. This was a huge rally. We hope you enjoyed it. We thank you for tuning in to Right Side to watch this. Once again, we destroyed the fake news and the view counts. And listen, we are going to be so busy. God bless this president. He is working so hard for America. He is going to be so busy over the next 2.5 weeks to make sure that America wins. It is so important that everybody is doing something to help save the country from being taken over by far left radicals. We have to all do everything we can. It is very tough for us here at RSBN to continue to go to all of these. I mean, I'm on so little sleep. The crew is exhausted, but we're going to continue on, and we're going to pursue, and we're going to bring you every single one of these. It is such a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Joe Sills from the RSBN studio in Auburn. We're going to go back to our great crew. We have a great crew today, a full crew in Carson City. We have Magnificent, obviously, you all know him. We have our newest correspondent, Brian Glenn, who's doing an amazing job as well. And we have Lilith Venezian, who is just a superstar. And we appreciate all of you and all your support. We have a lot of these things coming up. We're going to be in Arizona tomorrow. That's the first thing I'll say. Subscribe to us if you're not already. Hit the red subscribe button, because we are going to be busy over the next 2.5 weeks. We'll be at every single one. So if you want to see more like this, please subscribe to us and support us. If you want to support us and help us get to these rallies, we are viewer supported, but we go out and we fight for you every single night, and we take on the mainstream media because we believe you're smart enough to decide for yourself what you believe. So if you want to continue seeing this, please support our mission at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, we'll be in Arizona tomorrow. The first one is in Prescott in the morning. We've got our crew down there. Brick Suits is guest hosting tomorrow in Prescott, along with Tom O'Neill, and then Liz Willis for the nightcapper tomorrow in Tucson. And then we'll head back east to Erie, Pennsylvania, Gastonia, North Carolina, and many more are coming. So we're going to be busy. So stand by. Our great crew will be here soon. I appreciate you all, and God bless. Good night.
Holy smokes, Nevada is on fire. Nevada is turning red. You guys, it is MAGA country out here. Mike, Brian, this was phenomenal. I mean, tell us a little bit about how you felt compared to the other rallies that you've been to. How did Nevada stick out to you?
I don't know. I think that it's just like everywhere else that I've been. It's a lot of patriots that love the president, and they love the message of freedom and prosperity and America first, being put first finally after decades of corrupt career politicians ripping us off. He also, he punches the media right in the face, with the exception of us. He shows the corruption and the lies, how they carry the water for Joe Biden, how they're liars and frauds, and we're just tired of it. We're fed up with it. What are your thoughts, Brian?
Well, I think as we move out to the western states, you expect a little different tone here, because we're essentially 60 miles to the east of the state line of California, one of the most liberal states in the country. So I'm very impressed with the turnout here. I really am, and I'm hopeful that we can win Nevada. I mean, based upon what I saw today, the feedback, some of the points that the president touched on, even water conservation. We talked about dishwashers, folks. That was not on my list of the top 200 things that I might talk about today.
You can never be ready for a Trump rally.
But you're never ready for a Trump rally. But we talked about water conservation. We talked about freedom of speech. We talked about the border. We talked about the wall. But we talked about the transition of power. And I think it's exactly what we're looking at right now.
Absolutely. And he even mentioned Armenians. I got the chills.
I know you did.
I got the chills. Hayaj John, he just addressed us at a rally. He's never done that before. I'm telling you, the best is yet to come. We must continue fighting. We must continue spreading awareness. We must stay strong. We're stronger now than ever before. He just addressed Armenians. He said, I saw the huge Armenian crowd at my drive-by in California. He said, we're working on something. Guys, I literally was not ready for that. I was shaking. That was unprecedented, but that's something that he would do. That's what President Trump does. He gets you when you're least expecting it, and that is why we love this president so much.
Yeah, and you know what? We love you too. Thank you so much. We've had so many right side fans out there. I mean, I can't tell you how many we've seen. I've worked for various media organizations in my TV career, and I have never seen such appreciation for what we're all doing. And when I say we're all doing, that's you at home. That's you sitting there watching us right now, spreading the word of conservatism here in the United States, and to keep the United States freedom and keep us in liberty. And this is just amazing how many people have been showing up. One of the things he did touch on a little bit was faith, and people of faith need to come together. In 2016, nearly 30 million Christians simply did not vote at all, based upon their personal feelings towards Donald Trump. But what's important to note here is that there's anything on the ballot that really stands out to you: pro-life, right to life, Second Amendment things, your God-given rights. You need to cast your vote on November 3rd. More than ever, he needs the evangelical vote. I want to bring Mike over here. Earlier, we talked about the media, and he called out the media as he normally does during these rallies. And of course, the crowd turns around, looks our ways. But we want to point out, though, as they chant the fake news, I will say this: right side is the exception to all of that. You see a shirt right there, it says Trump 2020 RSBN. We've got that 4 more years. It's people like that is making this possible, and we cannot tell you enough how much we appreciate each and every one of you watching right now, sharing this broadcast, commenting down below. It means the world to us, and it actually means we've got black voices for Trump, veterans for Trump. We've seen about every ethnic group out here for Trump. If you've never been to a Trump rally, it is simply an event that brings everyone together. Mike.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Brian. We're so grateful to have Brian. Look at this crowd. They all came over here just to interact with us. Now, unfortunately, we weren't able to get as close as we originally planned. We wanted to get really close to the edge of the risers, but because of logistics and getting a good shot of the podium, we weren't able to do that. But I do want to thank every last one of you for tuning in, supporting Right Side Broadcasting. I need to read off these super chats. Multi-video time, $50 super chat. God bless you. Thank you. New member, Jason Markby. Thank you. We've also got Craig Meyer. Thank you. We got another new member. Bitcoin is a commodity ledger BSV. That was a long one. Mike, thank you for becoming a super chat person that donated. Thank you. And also, Everett Blad. I can't say some of these names, guys. I'm sorry. DF Time, thank you. God bless you for the super chat. Eminem said, the world is praying for you, Patriots. President Trump, FLOTUS, his family, legions of God's warring angels surround you all in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. God bless America and the world. Much love from a patriot of Australia. Marvin Fitzgerald, thank you for your super chat. Don Billo says, trying to give you guys a little cash at each of these rallies. Keep it up. You're going. Keep it up. You're young. You can sleep later. I know, right? We cannot sleep. We cannot sleep right now. We have to win. We must win. Now, what I'm going to do right now, as my cameraman shows you the crowd, I need to read the website donations. We got a ton of them, guys. A ton of them. From Samuel Lotkin. Samuel says, 12 more years. All Wales UK is with Trump. He is genuine. Promises made, promises kept. And the greatest and only protector to stem the evil China dragon 12 more years. Wow. I never know what I'm going to read, but I just follow the words. We also got Stephen Taylor. Thank you, RSBN. My wife and I watch every rally we can. We're so grateful for what you guys are doing. Keep up the great work. We the people means we the people, and we the people have a voice. Thank you for keeping that voice heard and free. RSBN, freedom and liberty persevere. Liberty prevails at the end. We also got one that says, RSBN is saving our country. Texas Cowboy Mark. Catherine says, I love your network. You are one of the 3 news networks that I watch. I love President Trump and will support those who support him. God bless you. God bless your organization. God bless President Trump and God bless America. Patriot Watching says, thank you, RSBN, for all you do. We love Mike Magnificent. Love our President Donald Trump 4 more years. Love you too, Patriot Watching. Love you too. Linda Harvey says, we love President Trump, our country, and our freedom. Fight to save our country from the lunatics. Let's get this Trump train rolling. Thank you, RSBN. You rock. Min says, MAGA. Kurt Henderson says, I enjoy your rally coverage. Keep up the great work. Bonnie Sherman says, thank you for the great interviews and the overflow crowd. Really appreciate the effort. Laurel says, Trump and RSBN in 2020. Oh my gosh, that opera is killing me right now, guys. Bayan says, Democrat for Trump. Biden says, we don't deserve to know his plans. He don't deserve my vote. He doesn't deserve your vote. Joe Biden, elect me to find out. You want to know what I'll do? Elect me to find out. Nancy Pelosi, we have to pass it to know what's in it. These people are categorically, they're just lunatics. They're insane. They absolutely suck. Joe says, God bless America. The greatest state in the union is Nevada. Enjoy, live, prosper, and prospect. Re-elect Donald J. Trump and Pence. Our responsibility, our time. Kathy Dean says, best president ever. Eric Mark says, defeat liberalism. It's a mental disorder, I think. Raymond says, Syracuse, New York, Navy Patriot, Mullenix DD 944. Okay. Robin says, thank you so much for all you do to support our great president, MAGA, 4 more years. Bradley Grubbs says, today is my 63rd birthday. It is great to see younger people like yourselves taking a stand for our great nation and president. God bless you all and keep up your great work. Alice and Brad Grubbs. I'm just going to read a few more here. Layla Michael says, Filipino Americans for Trump. We love our America and we love our president. And last but not least, Monduras says, keep up the good work. We're looking forward to 4 more years. So we're going to be on a blitz, guys. The next 16 days of our lives are going to be just a bullet train. We're just going to be steamrolling towards re-electing President Trump. Here, just no sleeping. No sleeping. Sleeping is for Joe Biden.
I was just about to say that.
Sleepy Joe. Now, we're in Prescott, Arizona tomorrow, as well as Tucson, Arizona. And then we're in Erie, Pennsylvania on Tuesday. And then we're in Gastonia, North Carolina on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, President Trump is scheduled to debate Sleepy Joe. It remains to be seen if that's actually going to happen. So stay tuned on that one. It remains to be seen. But nonetheless, we're almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations go a long way to getting us multiple cameramen, multiple correspondents, guest correspondents. We had a great correspondent today. And we also hired a new correspondent. It's because of your donations. Go to our website.
Thank you.
rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can go to our website. You can mail us a check at our address, which I still don't have memorized. Not yet. It takes me a while to memorize it.
It's a long address.
Let's just be fair. It's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Joe's going to love when I get that memorized. I read from a script. I read like Joe Biden with a teleprompter, only I didn't screw it up. So that's another way. Also, I want to tell you guys one more time about our partner today, iTarget.
Yes.
Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats on the left are successfully defunding the police, those wicked scoundrels.
Yep.
When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. Again, iTargetPro.com. Offer code SAVE10. All right.
Yeah, women, defend yourselves.
So I think it's time that we bring it home, team. Do you got some final words? We'll start with
thoughts. A great rally here. I think it takes the momentum into Arizona and definitely wraps up his trip out here to the desert Southwest. And we'll see what happens. And most importantly, when you go to your church, have everybody vote. We need that 30 million evangelicals that did not vote in 2016. We need them for this one.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Do we talk about the fact that we broke a record?
Oh, did we break a record?
We broke a record.
133,000 viewers, baby. Thank you all so much. We broke the record. We couldn't be here without you. Literally, we physically could not be here without you. So thank you.
And we're crushing mainstream media. Fox News was right there. What do they have? Maybe 80,000? I didn't even look at their numbers, but it was nowhere near ours. We run circles around the press. This is the new media. This is new age media. We're digital. We're viewer supported. We're grassroots. We're patriotic. We love the country. We love God. We love freedom. We love life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. All of those things that represent and embody the United States of America, the most free and prosperous nation to ever exist in the history of the world. There's no better global position you can be than right here in these United States. This is why people cross oceans to come here. People floated over here from Cuba. People come over here from these authoritarian communist dictatorships because they want freedom. And the left is trying to take that away via the Supreme Court, with legislation from the bench, with these activist judges, all of the opening, defunding the police, abolishing ICE, all those things. We represent truth, love, freedom, prosperity in the United States of America.
Absolutely. Hey, before we leave, a lot of people contacted me to follow you. So let's get all our social media handles
start
out.
with you.
Okay, I'm Brian Glenn TV, and that's BrianGlenn TV. It's across the board on YouTube, everything, Facebook, everything. So, but everybody was asking about yours. Forget about mine.
It doesn't feel like I'm famous, but I guess at some point I have to accept it.
There you go.
And you can follow me on Instagram, Teachers for Trump. That's teachers_for_Trump. I help show you our rallies. I help expose what's going on in our public schools. So please give me a follow if you're interested.
And I'm Mike-nificent. You can follow me on Twitter if you just type Mike-nificent813. Go to my Twitter page. there's a link right there at the top for my YouTube channel. Find my YouTube channel, subscribe there. Find me on Parler, search MikeNificent813 on Instagram. Any other social media, I should pop right up. If you want to email me directly, it's MikeNificent813@gmail.com. And now we got to sign out. Let's get these Armenians for Trump one more time. Let's stand aside. Look at this. President Trump giving them a shout out.
Let's get these Armenians for Trump in here. Look how beautiful they are. She's saying they're basically all from Sacramento. They've driven hours to get here. President Trump literally mentioned Armenia today during a rally. This is huge, huge for me. This is huge for Armenians. This is huge for everybody across the world who is trying to help Armenia in the current humanitarian crisis. Just look how excited they are. We have faith. We have trust. We are more united now than ever before. I'm getting chills talking about this. This hits home so hard. I have family who are fighting on the front lines right now in Armenia. I don't know where they are. I don't know how they are. Everybody here has somebody fighting for our country currently. And many of us have already lost so many family members during this war. We feel like our voices aren't heard. We feel like we are yelling and yelling and yelling and we're not being heard. And so to be here and to represent our country and to have President Trump acknowledge this is huge. I've never felt so rejuvenated in my life. Hayaj John, please continue doing what you're doing. The diaspora is strong. The best is yet to come. Hachtumeng Hayaj John. Take a look at this beautiful crowd right here. I am so proud of them. I'm so proud. So proud. Brian, do you have any last words? And we're going to wrap up here, folks. So thank you again so much for tuning in with RSBN. We love all of you so much.
We do, and I got to say that last bit we heard from you, I got chills, I got tears, because what our president is doing is showing so much love around the world, and he wants to unite all of us, and we want to unite you. We want to unite with you, and we're so glad that you've chosen us for your coverage for this rally. Until tomorrow, I guess we're out in Arizona tomorrow. I am Brian Glenn. Thank you so much for spending your day with us. We'll see you later.